So, hello everybody. For those of you that are here, big apologies that this has happened. This is for me really bloody annoying. I'm not quite sure how this happened. Um, we are running live at the moment, and it shows us having this live here. So, our other live is dead. The live that I created is finished. Can one of you guys please tell the people in the studio? I can't log into my YouTube because my phone is giving me a whole drama on this machine. Um, can one of you guys tell everybody in the chat? Are you guys logged into YouTube? Any of you? Are you guys with me? Am I here on my own? What's going on? Issue picture in picture mode closed to maintain recording quality. Cosmic, can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you.
Good. Do you happen to be logged into your YouTube?
No.
Is it possible for you to log into? You see, YouTube's become a real pain in the butt because they want all this extra authentication nonsense, which I never asked for. But now it means that they lock me out of my thing, and for some reason, I wasn't getting the notification to my phone to be able to log into my YouTube account. Check your. Oh, now it's working. You see, YouTube wasn't doing this last time. Now so YouTube's supposed to just say check your phone and yes, but it didn't do that just now. So it seems we're live. Well, at least now I can go into our old chat and tell the people that are there. So there we go. And this is so annoying to anybody that's watching. Terribly sorry. We've had some problem. My battery turned off because my laptop was plugged in here, but it wasn't plugged in there. And critical low battery, it shut down. And when I came back in, it wouldn't let me back into the studio. And that show had ended. So for those of you that are watching, big love, big blessings. I am getting to the bottom of it now. And hopefully we will be able to resolve this challenge because we've got a lot of people. Whoops, sorry, excuse that. So there's the link. Let me feed that link in here. Let's hope YouTube allows it. Okay. To start a new live. We are there. Sorry for delay. So people that are waiting on me, please forgive me. Okay, so I can close down that page. Everybody there will have seen it. And here we are, everybody. Big love, big bless. Oh, let's Shinobi in. Shinobi was not in the studio. Why is that? Why do I have to let you in before you just pop up here? Very strange. So if we could all keep our mics off while we're not talking, I've noticed that with this Riverside, that tends to work the best. Just as an introduction, I've almost forgotten what the conversation was actually supposed to be about. So much drama between words that build and feelings that reveal. And we're going to be looking at a number of interesting polarities as they relate to this. We're going to be looking at the polarities of the emotional state of deep learning, of logic, the logos, of words, of reading and books, and also again an understanding of how the structure works of of the consciousness that we are moving through this dynamic of the etheric and the astral. So the write-up was Occult Alchemy of Spiritual Experience, or Mental Contraction of Magical Law Driving Literature versus Practice. Literature on the one side, practice on the other side, doing, contemplating. And this acts as a polarity of understanding on the one side and wisdom on the other, contemplation on that side, meditation on the other. And these different divine doors that we can walk through that are both personal and impersonal, retrospectively. So narcissism as it relates to sadism as an expression of the mind is going to be one element, and the empathy as it's related to masochism as an extreme thereof, and how these two opposing forces resolve each other and often become out of balance when we become out of balance, taking one over the other. Harmony and balance being the key. And hopefully we're going to find some sense to be able to bring it back together. The question on the mind was, can the cool intention of books harm wisdom's fire? In the same way that dirty, sweating hands, a clean dress can harm, sullifying the waters of understanding. So that's basically the story. That's what we're going to be discussing. Hope you're all having an absolutely fantabulous day. Let me introduce the crew that we've got here. We've got lovely people with us today. Chat is, where's the chat? Studio chat, public chat. There we go, public chat. Okay, finally. So namaste to everybody in the chat. Tom Rue, Howard, Bored Monkey. That's pretty funky. Otigally, Kobe, and there are people watching, I'm sure, as well. Sending you all big love, big blessings. Hope you're all having a great week and a start to the month, to the year, shall we say. Flowers Forest, namaste to everybody. And, I hope you guys are all with the program, ready to roll. 2026 is happening. It's happening fast. Before we jump into it, I just want to introduce the crew. We've got, and I'll just sort of go in the order that people arrived. I think I'm supposed to let someone in. Now, this is the problem. They've changed my settings here. They've done something very funny. I'm not sure what they've done on this platform that I'm using. It doesn't show Indy anywhere here. Guys, let me know if you see any pop-ups with Indy, because he doesn't seem to have arrived back. So, yeah, we've got Cosmic here. Cosmic's been here since the beginning, waiting for about 20 minutes, half an hour. Cosmic is he channels, he goes into a trance state, and he has communication with the Fae, and he has a group of Fae that have become close to. For those that don't know, many of you do. And he's channeling a language, very John Dee-ish. He's the John Dee of the modern times, you could say. He doesn't need a crystal ball. That's how he rocks. And he's also got a background in diverse occults practice and chaos magic, as well as Vedic and old school, and basically a broad thinker. We've also got General Shinobi here, who's also a very broad thinker. He's very embedded within Hermetic cosmology and philosophy, though he's a researcher and he's a code breaker. He likes to break codes. He likes to decode things and pull apart the seams of any thread that he can find. I bet it's when you were a child that you used to pull apart the thread of your clothes. Am I right?
Not that I can remember.
Okay, my boy does that. He's going to be a decoder. Like, he's always pulling the threads apart. I'm like, dude, leave the thread alone. So, yeah, we've also going to have Indy Sage joining us. He's not here now, but he will be here. He's a shadow worker. He has also got a very deep place in his heart for the Tao and for various different forms of cosmology. I'm wondering if if this particular link, if for some reason he's not in here, and I'm not quite sure why, so I'm going to shoot him another link from this studio. I don't think they changed the studio link, but anyway, I'll send it to him just to be sure, so that I know that he can get in here in case there is an issue. Indy, let's see, is it a different link? Is it the same numbers? Yep, it's the same studio link, isn't it? Looks like it's the same numbers to me. So anyway, that's quite cool. At least I don't need to generate new links. The one good thing that I can say about this platform, there's one good thing. So yeah, Indy is also very broad. He's an anthropologist as well, and got a lot of broad experience in different life experiences. He's been abducted by satanic groups and stuff as well. They try to mess with him, so he's become resilient through life's tempering. So that's about us. I'm the bush whisperer. I'm a shaman. I used to live in the jungles, and I was originally in the Western occult, and then from Hermetic and Kabbalah, I got induced into Eastern mysticism, and then from there I found a shaman, and he opened up a world for me, and that took me into the wilderness, and that's where I found my relationship with the guides. So, fishing CIA agent Otigali. Big love to everybody. Hope you're all well and thriving. Do say a few words about yourselves, dear brothers. And let's get cranking with the show. We're a little late, but we're gonna fly and we're gonna congregate. Om Shanti.
Cool. What's up, guys? Hey, Bush Whisperer, Cosmic. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, today we start that. Today is the 111, the 10th of the 1st, and the year is the 10 as well. So I find that interesting because I've been working sort of with the Trinity, the Tricross, sort of this sort of triple crossroad, so to speak. The kind of, I guess, the trying to bridge the past, the future, and by that I mean mythology, like stories from the past, energy from the past, where we could be going to the future, and how it's playing out now in the present moment. So also 3 is the magic number as well. So yeah, hopefully there'll be a lot of magic today, and really looking forward to the conversation.
Lovely, dear Cosmic. If you could say a few words, then dear Indy, I introduced you when you weren't here.
Yeah. So I think this topic for today is kind of relevant with my current research inquiry at the moment.
What is the title of the conversation?
So
we've got a breakout going. I think it's because you guys are both talking. In the studio, if 2 people talk at the same time, it causes a this issue, but it could also be internet related. If Cosmic was just introducing himself quickly, Indy, we've been late, so I introduced you, but if you could just let Cosmic quickly finish and then you introduce yourself. And
so basically,
be better without the picture.
Yeah, so this topic today about distinguishing between like words and feelings. It's been currently this kind of the project I've been working on with the Fae, where I'm sort of like distinguishing the 2 aspects of consciousness, awareness and being, and I'm trying to sort of like understand the nature of being as sort of like the inverse side of consciousness. So what I've been thinking about lately is that the very idea of unconsciousness itself is a kind of psyop, if you will. I think that there's nothing that is unconscious. There's sort of 2 different sides of consciousness, like 2 different sides of a coin. and you can't really see one side from the other at the same time. So that's kind of like what I've been working on this week or so. Indy, what's up? He gone.
Okay, it must be his internet must be going a bit clinky clanky. Indy will be back, I'm sure, in a minute. And that's interesting what you're talking about there, Cosmic, because, you know, it's sort of like almost what the theme of this conversation is about, really, are the two sides of reality. So you and I seem to be like on the same wavelength in some sense on that, right? Because I've been thinking about that too, and it makes me think about narcissism, and it makes me think about being psychotic, being narcissistic, and these different sort of mental illnesses that are sort of plaguing people, and these poles that they seem to take. And I think it has a lot to do with the way that our brains divide experiences into namaste, Robert. How you doing? I hope you're good. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys are all smiling, shining, chiming. Magical, beautiful day that it is. And it's interesting how we've been taught to operate in one mode at a time. Our schooling system, our education. Am I right? You say about psyop, Cosmic, right? You're either doing art or you're doing math. And you cannot mix your art and your math. No. Math has to be done the way they teach you it, right? And they're very fussy and particular about how things are done. So you're not allowed to use your creativity. I used to use my creativity for math, and I got penalized heavily for it because they said, you can't make up your own equation to do it. You have to follow our equation. And I was like, yeah, but my system works better. It's quicker. No creativity allowed in mathematics. So I think like we've been taught. Do you think that's a part of it? And Indy, if Indy could just finish introducing himself just before we continue, if that's okay.
So sorry to intrude, guys. Glad to be here. It's going to be a great discussion today, and I'm going to be here for it. And as was probably mentioned in the background, it's shadow work, and it got my hands in idealism. So as you guys carry on,
Indy, brother, you're breaking up. I don't know if you can hear. Can I ask you, do you have a lot of other tabs open in your computer? Do you have other things open? You might find if you close all the other things that you have open, maybe your RAM and your processor is being used. Maybe the way that Riverside works is it needs a little more RAM to operate and a little more uses more of your computer's potential, probably because it's using your own computer to keep your image processing and your recording while it's uploading it. It has a slightly different system. Even though it's a cloud recording, it keeps some of it on your machine. So you might find that could be what's also creating an issue for you. I just thought I'd mention that because it could be bandwidth, it could be internet, but it could be that you've got other tabs open, other things open, other apps open in your computer. If you try closing all of those apps, you might find that things might run smoother. Oh gosh, he's gone again. So Cosmic, you were saying, brother.
What was I talking about earlier? I was talking about the whole awareness and being thing, right? Or did I mention something else? I got a little distracted.
Yeah, man, it's been a bit distracting. This is where the concentration comes
No,
in.
I was talking about math, I remember, because I know that like when you get to like the advanced levels of math, there's a lot more room for flexibility and creativity when you get into like theoretical stuff and imaginary numbers. You know, I think that there actually is a crossover between mathematics and art when you understand music theory and sort of relationships, geometry, angles. So there is mathematics and art. And I think when it comes to art in school, I mean, math in school in particular, is that it's used for a very specific function, right? It's used for calculating quantities, calculating, distances, just basic kind of everyday stuff, which is in a sense useful. But I think that maybe that you have a point there, and I think that we should have a version of math that is also, fun and creative. Or maybe what we should be doing when we kind of like teach these kids is show that they are kind of interconnected concepts. You can see that there's math in art and that there is some level of art in math. But I think with anything, when you learn a skill, especially when you're a younger person, you don't necessarily have the mindset of, I'm going to figure stuff out, because you go into the world, you don't necessarily trust your own intuitions, your instincts. And the way I see, teaching it is that, yeah, at first you are taught to, do things a certain way, but then after you get that certain level of knowledge, you're supposed to kind of expand, that threshold, right? Like you learn a certain type of math, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, calculus. And then when you take that knowledge, it's like, okay, now that I have that knowledge, I can extrapolate that and then create my own system. Because like even with creative writing, like there's an importance to, like, you got to know what you're doing. Like I mean, I can kind of like, I see what your point is in terms of like creativity and, wanting to kind of do things on your own. But I think at the same time, you need a little bit of structure and guidance to kind of get the ball rolling and actually sort of thing. So you can actually get to the point where you can be creative and start coming up with your own systems. Because until then, you don't really know what you're doing. Like with music, for me, it's like I make experimental music, right? But at the same time, I still have an understanding of like, standard Western notation, the 12 note, system, the 7-note scale, major and minor, pentatonic, and etc., time signatures and all that. And then when you have that knowledge, it's like, okay, now I know how to effectively deconstruct this thing. So I wouldn't say that like being taught this stuff is necessarily the bad part. I think that is more in the meta narrative surrounding all of the topics. Because I think as a kid, when I was looking at science and, talking about space and all that stuff, I never really thought anything sinister of it, because it's just like, oh, it's just, cool aspects of the universe. It's only then when I become an adult and realize later that's basically saying, oh, by the way, this also implies, there is no God and there is no afterlife and there's nothing supernatural. Like, and that's when you've already been sort of enchanted by the narrative of science. And you're like, oh, well, I thought you were wait, hold on a second, man. I thought you were my friend here. I thought we were cool. Now you're telling me that when I die, it's nothing. I don't know, man. And so to me, it's more about the metaphysical narrative surrounding a lot of these topics, because I think even like, spiritual people can, easily use math. And maybe the psyop that we're talking about is not that we're teaching math to be, uncreative or whatever the hell, but the fact that we're just making it less interesting, just sort of this boring, mundane thing, That's what I'd say on that.
Welcome back, Indie brother. Everything on track? Are you good?
I'm good. Gonna listen in for a minute.
I wonder if you come in on your phone, if it will be better. I'm curious. Have you thought of trying? Just because your video is breaking up, and I imagine it's got to do with either your connection or because you would know if it's your internet or not. Or you could try see when you talk if your video is off, Indy. If you're talking and it's breaking up, sometimes turning off the video frees up either bandwidth or computing space. Do you Shinobi, do you have anything to add to that, or Indy, any ideas? I don't know if you were able to hear what Cosmic was saying. Basically, I was saying that I thought that the issue with studying in school education is that they teach you math in overly structured way, and they don't allow art to be in it. And I always saw science as being an art as a child. And they tried to reprimand me. And I said maths was an art. And they were like, no, maths is not an art. And I was like, well, to me, maths is an art. And I figure out my way of doing things. And there's something so profound. It's good. I think it's a Steiner attitude, right? Instead of telling a child how to do something, give a child the raw materials and see how the child intuitively figures out how to do something, because that's true learning. Though Cosmic makes a valid point, a certain degree of structure is necessary in certain disciplines, certain degree of structure. But like Bruce Lee's martial arts style captured my imagination as a child, Jeet Kune Do, right? There are no fixed forms. There are no fixed stances. I thought like, wow, it's a creative, expansive martial arts that has no, it's, you're everywhere. And, I think like, and when I say true learning, Board Monkey, I'm talking about engaging the heart, right? The emotional intelligence engaged with the rational intelligence, because we tend to engage one or the other. But when we engaged both, like Bruce Lee's version of martial arts is a perfect example, where you are being taught to engage both your emotional intelligence and your rational intelligence together, where others are very structured and very fixed in the way that they are orchestrated. And so often, if you're like fighting with a particular martial artist from a particular school, like, I don't know, I came from boxing as a child, and then from boxing I stepped into like grappling, and it was just, that's too easy. And then I went to karate, but while I was training in karate, I trained with people who trained in kung fu, and I compared their flow and I compared their techniques, and I customized my way of doing things to incorporate some kung fu, to incorporate boxing, to incorporate. So I was creating my own form of MMA as a child. MMA didn't exist yet, I don't think. And it worked for me. And what it meant was, when I got in the ring with someone, they didn't really stand a chance, because they were structured in A, B, or C. And I was between A, B, and C. I was all over the show. You couldn't peg me. And I think like there's something about the creative impulse that is quite empowering and quite powerful, and that we haven't been able to really embrace that at all, because of our education systems. And I appreciate what you say about writing, Cosmic, music. I went for one music lesson, and I said to my teacher that I can't do this. I said, it's too structured, it doesn't work for me. I just want to listen to music. I want to be inspired, and I want to see what comes out of me and how I feel. I want to move with my feelings and use a certain amount of rationality, because you rationalize certain sounds. You're playing off the key of A. You can hear they're playing off the key of B. That, if you're going to move certain chords, that there are certain things that are going to clash with that, because you've learned them in the past. You can't slide from that chord to that chord, because it's not going to make sense. And so there's an intuitive level of understanding that we've not got in most of our knowledge sectors today. And I think this is like at the heart of this conversation, especially with regards to book learning. And I'll give you guys like an insight into where I'm coming from, right? Like, I noticed that there's somebody who I know, I'm not going to mention any names, right? In a group recently, and this is somebody who spends a lot of time reading this book and reading that book and regurgitating these ideas read in that book and comparing these ideas regurgitated to that idea and putting them all together and trying to sort of, come up with a theory of what is right. And when you speak to these people, the first thing they're going to say in a conversation is no, you can't prove it. Prove it? I'm not interested in having people prove things to me. I don't know. I'm interested in hearing people's perspectives and understandings and thinking for myself and going, I want to prove things for myself. I don't want anybody else to prove anything for me. Right? That's just my attitude. But I will use logic, but I will also allow my emotional currents and emotional instincts, my intuitive sense to guide me in my thinking process. To me, that seems important. And I noticed that people become what I call incredibly loaded with the frontal lobes. The pineal gland is always operating. And well, when people say prove what you're saying, what's your idea, what's your philosophy, what do you believe, prove that, prove this, it's a narrative that people say, right? It's not a specific thing, bored monkey. It's just something that people say when they're not engaging their emotional intelligence. Someone who's gauging their emotional intelligence doesn't want anything proved because it means nothing to them. They're more interested in thinking for themselves and feeling it out and getting a sense of their intuition and their, does this tally for me? And then why not? What you say, what you prove doesn't matter. You're giving me an idea. I'm going to take this idea. I'm going to play with it. It will become mine or it won't be mine. I will reject it or I will embrace it. But you get people that have been reading a lot of books. And so it's been proved to them by this writer that's true. Then they read this book. It's been proved to them by that writer this is true. Then they've read this book and they've got this series of evidences in their brains that they've categorized in a sort of categorizing way and compartmentalized information, and it's all proved in their brains and this is what they believe. And then one of these people goes and takes psychedelics. Okay, and now we're on, this is what the conversation is about. And this person had taken psychedelics for the first time on the weekend and they had like a mind-blowing experience. And so they were, now here's the point. I don't recommend psychedelics for everybody. It's not for everybody, honestly. In my experience, it's done more harm to most of the people that I know that have taken it than good that it's done. Some people have benefited, but more often than not, it hasn't. That's my honest perspective. And even if it hasn't harmed people, it doesn't necessarily it doesn't necessarily do any good, right? Because it gives you an insight with the right hand and it takes something away with the left. This is how I always explain it, is how I've experienced it. And so you might gain an insight into one thing, but lose something of your heart, your feeling. Because very often people go into their minds and they build up this whole crazy mental world and they disengage from common sense feeling of relating to other human beings, which is equally important to philosophy, equally important to like what I know in my mind, what I believe, what I can think, all these great metaphors that I can appreciate, all the decodes, it's all good. But what about the human beings we meet along the way? What about empathy? What about compassion? What about emotional intelligence? Do I understand how this person's consciousness works? What makes them tick? Am I able to recognize where they're coming from and why? And so these are other forms of, different kinds of intelligence. And we use different types of intelligence in different ways. So, this person, no-name person, took psychedelics and then they were freaking out. And I've seen this before. When you build a palace up and it's built up leaning on the left-hand wall, right? And then you suddenly start building onto the right side of the palace. The right side of the palace is going to collapse because it wasn't designed to take an equal load. Imagine the dynamics of construction, what we're talking about here, right? If you spend all your time building your right arm with muscle power and your right leg and doing and you don't build your left arm and your left leg, you're going to have a problem. You'll end up walking around in a circle. Think about it. Go running, you'll be running in circles because you'll be taking big, powerful steps with your one leg and you'll be taking these tiny, weak little steps with the other leg and you won't be able to run in a straight line, Namaste, hollow bone hawks. So I think that this has got to do with the balance and the harmony and generating that emotional intelligence with the rational intelligence and we can become disassociated when we get too rational. And in the same way, if we get too emotional, we can become too disassociated. I don't know, I'm talking too much. What do you guys think? What's on your mind?
You know, I have some insight because I'm not going to name names either, but I know the person that you're talking about in question because he's been hard on me in the past too. I think what I've come to realize in sort of occult standards is that there's different ways that people approach magic and the occult. I think kind of in our circle, we kind of look at all different sort of belief systems as sort of being like little sections, of the truth, and that we can kind of like, we can see that I can have my Fae perspective, shaman can have his shaman perspective, indie and shinobi can have these totally different perspectives, but our perspectives can actually coexist because they don't necessarily need to contradict each other. And a little insight about this individual is that they basically grew up a kind of younger fundamentalist Christian, right? And the thing, and not to say, throw shade on that particular individual, but it informs how they understand knowledge and information. Because from the point of view of a fundamentalist Christian, it's not like, in the pagan circle, it's like, you're a Kemetic, you're a Hellenist, you're a Norse person, let's all smoke a joint and have a party together. From the Christian perspective, it's no, I'm right and everyone else is bullshit. And that's how it is. Because in their minds, they don't see truth as kind of this sort of multiplicitous thing. They see it as there's only one truth and it's my religion and everybody else has to be bullshit. And the thing is, even if you leave Christianity, for example, and you decide I'm not going to be religious anymore, I'm not going to, believe in the supernatural anymore, or maybe you even take on a different system, maybe you become a Gnostic or a pagan, or whatever, you still go into life with that all or nothing mindset, right? See, I think that's one of the reasons why atheist types and the atheist skeptics types can be so brutal and stubborn, is because they're actually taking a lot of that stubbornness that they learned when they were a child, when they were a fundamentalist Christian, and then taking that same framework and then applying it from an atheist context as an adult. So I think that when it comes to people like that, it's not so much that they read books, but it's that they have this idea that the truth has to be this singular objective thing and it lacks any kind of flexibility. That's kind of my take.
Is my audio coming through all right? Yeah, awesome. Because everyone's, well, mine and Indy's cameras are both like really glitchy, so just as long as the audio comes through, that's all that matters, really. Yeah, Franklin, what you were mentioning earlier about bridging heart and mind, I had that written down. That's because like there seems to be in the world now, especially with AI, which of course is leaning more on the kind of air side, which is the mind. It's so important that we kind of have systems to filter information, and we do this filtration system with the heart. We don't filter it with the mind. We don't filter it with the analytical mind. We have to do the filtration or the reverse osmosis, the row, the movement with our intuition, our hearts. We have to go into it. We have to sort of dissect the information, dissolve it, and piece it back together ourselves. So it is important to have frameworks or like the form or the knowledge, like to know that there is a ledge there, to know there is a boundary. But at the same time, with our intuition, we kind of go into it and filter, dissolve the information, the knowledge, and piece it back together so that we know there's a boundary, but then we have the ability to cross, like the firmament, which is just means solid mind. Like we can go beyond the firmament with our imagination, like with our dreaming, like our soul goes beyond the firmament into the astral. And I think that that's really important also as well. With talking about art earlier, in schools here in England, there is STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, maths. Now it's just STEM, art, that movement, steam, water, and it creates water to heat, and it creates that. It's just STEM, the kind of that kind of art, science, maths. But what happens is in the education system, you go to the other classroom to the other classroom every hour, sitting in a square room at a desk, where kids actually they did experiments, and kids actually did, I think, 40% better in exams or tests when they'd been standing up learning. So actually it's detrimental to learning to be sitting down for so long and then going to another lesson an hour later, which is completely unrelated. So yeah, I think that the systems that are built in place aren't really for the expansion of the human mind or the psyche, or our spirit. That it's more to kind of contain us, if that makes sense. It's like they put a square box around our minds, and some people are happy to stay in the box. They move around the edges, and it makes them feel safe, I guess, because as people are afraid of the dark. By the dark, I mean people are afraid to face the shadow, to go inwards to the innermost cave where the gold is found, or their god, or the source, or the spark, whatever you want to call it. But I think people are happy to stay in their little box, and if people step outside of that or try and rattle their cage, they can be spiteful about that and be like, who are you to say there's anything outside this box? I can't see outside this box. So, and with maths as well, even maths, there's they teach kids using number blocks. It's all cubes. There's a lot of square energy. You even get a black cube on your head when you graduate for 1 degree, whereas if you're sort of moving in circles and flow and kind of more watery creative energy, that allows you to have a 360 vision rather than just a 1 degree. And it's really important to have the balance of knowledge and intuition. And I look at this as kind of three pillars. You have our perception, which is in the center, and then you have on one side you have the knowledge, the other side you have the intuition, and we should be in the center. It's like the pin in the spin. So it's kind of like a vortex energy. That's rather than just being on one side or the other. If you're in the middle, if you stay center, you can take things as they come and just let them spin around you and just take what you need. Take this little bit of knowledge, apply it over time. Intuition's learned over time. It's not learned quickly. You have to kind of process information, just sit with it and not let it hold you down. What I mean by this, I'll just finish quickly, is that one system I've come up with is just by splitting words. So if you split the word synchromistic, how I dissect that is you have your mind, which is a sink. You let information come in and you let it sink in. Like water goes into a sink, it goes down. Most people have this bit here cut off. They're not connected to their heart or their intuition. They let it cut off. So their mind becomes really heavy and they're literally sinking. They have quite a dense energy or dense perception of reality. But if you let the information come into your mind, you let it sink, and then you reverse osmosis with your heart, that is the row, that is the movement. You can think of it however you like. You can think of it as rowing a ship, rowing through waters. I look at it as reverse osmosis. So you spin the information with your intuition, with your heart, which is actually a vortex. And when you're reverse osmosing, like water, information, it releases the like heavy metals, the things that it doesn't need. So you can actually feel lighter. But it's important to have the sink in your mind, let it come down, and reverse osmosis with your heart. Stick is the my stick, which is when you have this spin of this information, you just let it spin, and then you cast your wand or your fishing line out into the vast ocean of awareness, and you kind of let things stick to you which you think you might need later, if that makes sense. So that's the synchro mystic. That's what I think synchro mysticism is, you know.
Yeah, brother. Big love, man. If we could all remember to keep our things off when we're not talking. Do Indy, are you back? Are you with us? Are you able to?
Yeah. I'm still just listening in though. I'm trying to get a sense of the discussion. I've been so in and out.
Well, your voice is crystal clear. We can hear you. That's awesome. It's lovely to have you here. Finally, big love, brother. Cosmic, you got any thoughts to share, or I don't want to blab on all day? Well, you know me.
Not
Verbal
at the
diarrhea
moment.
is like
I'll get back to you when I
secondary
do.
name. Okay, big love. Well, it's very interesting. I've been looking at the chat in the group, and Namaste, Bernadine. How are you? Hope you're good. Where's Vince? Is Vince in the house? Is Gaz in the house? I know we've got a lot of our usual crew here. Sorry, we've been having these technical issues. I'm wondering whether it's a server of this platform that we're using. Maybe I should try and do a different platform sometime and see if we get the same reaction. So yeah, board monkey BW. What is Robert Miga? I'm not quite sure what that means, brother. There's Vince. Lovely, good to have you. I saw someone saying the word shalom. I thought Vince must be in the house. I didn't see his name pop up. Big love. And Gaz, I'm sure, is probably doing his thing. But yeah, I think, like, you know, like you say, I like the word synchro mysticism. It's quite interesting, because I suppose the mundane is mystical if we consider it deeply enough, right? If we really look at the mundane, we'll find within it there's a deep and profound hidden side to all things. And just sort of zoning in, you know, the conditioning that we've had. And I missed a bit of what you were saying earlier. Unfortunately, my son's mother was hassling me for a lighter. I'm like, hassling me for a lighter. I'm doing a live show and she's at the door knocking. I was like, oh my gosh, what is it? Emergency. I need a lighter. I was like, seriously? But so I missed a bit of what you were saying, Shinobi, but the sense that I get was that you were talking about the way in which we've been trained to think in linear ways. Is that probably a good summary?
Yeah, pretty much. And just how important like vortexing is. Let stuff spin around you and be in the center. Don't get kind of drawn this way or that way. Just let it go around you, you know.
Yeah, you know, that's very interesting. Why does the layout keep changing? This is, oh, somebody's putting up a picture. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I put this.
Yeah. Tell us about it, brother.
All right, so you're asking about earlier how in indoctrination whether they allow us to have art be a part of the experience. And for me, I always had like a really strong suit for art and creativity and intuition as well as rationality. So I was like always versed in like statistics and advanced research and in numbers and logic classes and stuff. And I did really well in that. but I was trying to pour that into my creative aspect, and so I started doing some research projects on the number systems and developing my own number systems and language systems. So this was one of the multiplication tables that I devised from a number system I created, where the numbers are represented by a line vector that goes in a certain direction, and so you develop patterns with the numbers and how they lay out in the multiplication table and where the prime numbers form. So I kind of was basically just doing this just to see the beauty of the number patterns and how they play out. And it was like a really fun project that I did. But I also did like a lot of graffiti stuff that I was trying to do, and try to work on getting some DJ and production equipment to make music and stuff. So my creative aspect was always strong, but I got kicked out of art because I'm colorblind. And my best friend was trying to become a pilot, and he had issues because he was colorblind. So we were both discriminated from our fields that we were trying to go into. I was trying to double major in psychology and art, and they totally kicked me out of painting class because I couldn't mix my paints. So even through indoctrination, like there's discrimination against people that see things differently, and they want to keep you, even in the art programs, they want to keep you in the fold of like what's normal and like what's accepted and like what's the narrative that they're trying to push on like what's allowed in the art world. So it's kind of ridiculous to me, because to me art represents the opposite of control and conformity. So but that's my experience with that. But I think you can always have that sense of intuition and creativity alive in you, and they can't take that away from you, but it's rare that people are able to keep it alive because there's really not too many channels to pour it into. But when you can, it can really keep things on like on a higher plane, because when you learn something rationally, you're able to think intuitively about it and really gauge like whether is this really consistent with other things, or is this going to have to create a whole rehaul of like my entire worldview to be able to encapsulate this. So usually people that seek truth find that things are usually consistent, but we don't really know how much of a lie has been pushed on us through misinformation and disinformation through our indoctrination. So a lot of that is now being questioned. So I kind of celebrate that, but a few things that go over the edge where I think to myself, this would have to make so our whole reality would have to be like a simulation. It doesn't line up with the materialistic world that we've learned about, which is an interesting experience. I think we should all start to question the materialistic worldview and try to see beyond it, understand the energetic worldview that's starting to come into play to complement it.
You know, when it comes to conformity, I've been thinking a lot just about, sort of basic group dynamics. And I think to myself, it's like, why is it that I have the courage to think for myself? Why is it that I feel like I can challenge certain ideas and opinions? And I kind of realized the reason for that is, growing up for a lot of my life, I was kind of an outsider. I didn't really fit in with a lot of groups. I didn't really have a lot of big social networks and friends. But the blessing I realized with that is that when you're not part of a group dynamic and you're not part of a big friend group, you have more freedom and sort of room to sort of explore your own worldview, because in a lot of ways you have to kind of generate your own opinions and worldview. And one of the things I realize about like a lot of it's not just like, big governments doing psyops. It's not just at the big level. It's also at the small level. It's not just, big governments wanting you to be a materialist or something. No, it's also, being in your group of friends and wanting to impress, the main person in that group of friends, or wanting to impress your family members, or wanting to, join a religion because your family view. And the thing is, when people get into that conformist social circle, they basically learn to let the group think for them rather than actually approach ideas themselves. That's why a lot of people I've noticed, when it comes to worldviews, they don't know how to like pick and choose and kind of like it's like, okay, like like in politics, for example, like there's some things that I'm liberal about and there's some things that I'm conservative about. But a lot of people feel like they have to be all conservative or they have to be all liberal, and they can't use their mind and discernment to figure out, okay, this part works, this part doesn't work. It's kind of like, you know, another metaphor is like a computer. You can get yourself a Windows computer, you can get yourself a Linux computer, or if you're knowledgeable of computers, you can basically design your own PC, you know, go to the store, collect all the different chips and drives and stuff, and build a PC on your own. I think we're kind of in that sort of mindset here where we feel like, you know, we can build our own PC. We know where to put the chips and we can kind of make it work. Whereas a lot of people feel like they can't build a PC. They have to buy a whole already built system intact. And because of that, they don't have the skills and the creativity to really build something on their own. I think when it comes to materialism and spirituality, this exact same dynamic is at play.
I think there's something quite positive about that you're sharing there. India, I don't know if it's possible to take that thing off the screen because I can't seem to get us back into the normal layout. I don't know how to move it around the screen share.
Let's see. Stop. Yes.
Yeah, man, there we go. That's it. That's the one. So yeah, I think like that's a really good analogy, Cosmic. And I want to go back to something that Indy was talking about and add to it, you know, bringing it back in here. What you're talking about is that ready-made packaged meal. I don't know how to cook. I don't know what to do with these things. This thing looks like it came out of the ground. What shall I do with it? Ooh, Sainsbury's or Woolies or depends what country. I don't know where you guys buy your food in America. They have ready-made meals. Oh, Marks and Sparks. Just get myself a ready-made meal and everything's in this little compartment. I don't know what that orange stuff is, but it tastes good. I eat it. It's yummy. You know, it's a little bit like that, mindless, like just let me eat what's being served rather than let me go and do my research and go and figure out, oh, this is a vegetable. You got to peel it. You got to wash it. It goes nicely with these herbs. That wants a little bit of extra cooking. That wants to be eaten more raw. This needs crunch. You know, learning how to make your own food. There's something about that. And I think that has got to do, that brings us back to what we were talking, what I was mentioning in the beginning was this lack of intuitive application, right? But being afraid to think. Being afraid to think for yourself. You've been taught what to think, you've been taught what to do, and it sort of ties into what Shinobi was saying about we're in this linear thinking train because we've been taught that no, your thoughts have to be in straight lines. Like, no, you can't think like that. It's a straight line. No. You cannot think out of the box. You go straight line, you get there to the corner, you turn right. You go straight line, you get to the corner, you turn right, you go straight, and then you're back in where you started. Nice 4 90-degree angles, and you're back in the box. You can go up. You can do the same thing. You can go same point, turn right, turn right again. Oh, now you've got a cube. You're in your nice little cube of thought. You got a cube on your head. Who was that? Was talking about a cube on the head? And I think this is the metaphor of the cube on the head and having a cube. It makes me think of Minecraft, right? Like these little cube head blokes, everything's cubed up, everything's little square cubes. They're suggesting something about the way that people think, the way maybe people ought to think, like according to whoever writes these games. There's an unconscious programming, perhaps very subtle, but there. And I think like this contradicts occult principles and occult thinking. Like one of the first things that I was taught when I was a little boy, when I was 12, was that when approaching the occult, and this is the problem. We were talking earlier about like people. This one situation that I've observed. Someone taking psychedelics and they've been in a mental box for so long, and they suddenly break the box, and now they don't know what to do. They're holding on to a box, but they're like slipping out of a box, and the world is cracking open, and they start to have an existential psychological crisis, become slightly psychotic, maybe potentially narcissistic, or potentially, masochistic, or depends on their particular proclivities. If someone's extrovert, they probably become a narcissist and become more likely to be a sadist. Or if they introverted, they might become more masochistic and go a little slightly more psychotic, right? But the narcissism and the psychotic, these poles are operating here, and it depends on our way that we behave as to how we will react to our cube being broken. We've been pushed into these cubes, like you were saying, cosmic. Someone's got a Christian doctrine indoctrination in their past. They're going to be stuck in that box. It's going to be hard to get out. You can get out. Many of us have been indoctrinated. Many of us have gotten out. But getting back to the point of what General Shinobi was saying about, not thinking in that particular linear structure, he called it sort of thinking centrally or thinking outwards. I look at it the way it was explained to me when I first got taught this. And I think this is the problem. This is why I mentioned in the heading of this conversation, books. People read books and they put the information in. They read books, they put the information in, but they don't know what to do with it because they've never had a real teacher. And I think there's a real problem with that sometimes. If you have the proclivity to think for yourself, it's not a problem. If you have that emotional intelligence that can spark up your intuition, that's not a problem. But you need to have that emotional intelligence. If that has been neglected if you've been neglecting how to relate to people and how to understand emotion and how to, deal with your own feelings, process your feelings, express your feelings, be there for other people expressing their feelings, learning to get into that deep intuitive state of consciousness, which isn't just logical straight lines, then you'll be able to cope when information comes to you, because you won't just go, okay, believe. You'll be like, hold on, how do I feel about this information? Let's take my time. There's no rush, and play with the information until your own intuitive sparks up and goes, you know what? What if I do this? Oh, that suddenly feels right. And so we need our feelings when it comes to knowledge. And we think, no, knowledge is not about feelings. It's just about pure rationalism. No, it's not. That's a sure road towards delusion. And the first thing that I was taught was to use your unconscious potential. I was 12 years old. I was like, what does that mean? He was like, well, think of your mind as a well. And you've got all this water in the well, and you can rationalize. You can take water out of the well with your bucket, right? But you might not be able to see the bottom of the well. You might not be able to see what's in the water. So what you do is you drop coin into the well. You can see the shiny bit at the bottom. And depending on that shiny bit, you can see how clean the water is in the well, right? But the unconscious part is dropping something into the unconscious and letting it be, taking your mind off of it, allowing it to come back like a whiplash as it does. If there's a problem and you're trying to solve a problem, you're trying to come up with an answer, and you apply your brain to it, and you haven't got the answer, and you just drop it. You decide, I'm not going to think about it. At some point, you'll have a eureka moment about that. It might be a day, it might be a week, it might be hours, because the unconscious is working on it. When you apply energy and information and you push it into your unconscious, and then you just let it go. So you can use both your rational intelligence and your unconscious, and that is using emotional intelligence, because you're just pushing it into the back. And at some point you will feel some upsurging force, an evocative stream of consciousness. And that will give you a sense of intuitive understanding of something that you weren't rationally grasping. And I think, good love, Kobe Gadi, namaste, take it easy. Big blessings. Are there two Kobes in the house, or is that the same Kobe, by the way? And our tuition. You know, memorized knowledge. That's an interesting point. Yes, exactly. And you know, I think that's exactly it. Our tuition. You know, logic isn't an enemy, but if it's all you use, it's your enemy. The same thing, like your left leg isn't your enemy if you want to run. But if you're not putting your right leg on the floor, you're going to have a problem. You're going to be bouncing around on one leg. So, like, you need to use two legs and you need to pace each stride so that there's a rhythm between left and right. And I think, like, this is a good way of describing the process of thinking and feeling and thinking and feeling. Moving with your intuitive potential has got to do with applying both the internal and the external, and we rationalize externally. We think it's internal, but it's not. It's an externalization of thought. Internally, we feel. When you internalize something, how do I feel about it? When you externalize something, you know, um, that's what I'm putting out there. So it's the I or the me, right? Like, you know, what does this leave me with inside, as opposed to what am I putting out there, as these two different poles of this being inhabiting this body and this consciousness. And I think that, like, dropping the penny of information into the unconscious and allowing it to churn and allowing it to incubate is something that we haven't been taught to do in school, because we've been so busy being forced into rationalizing. Yeah, exactly, Vince. You know, it's about faith. I'm glad you put that word on there. You know, it really is about having faith in your unconscious and having faith in your ability to get to the truth. It might not happen immediately. You might have to wait for it. There might be more work to be done, but with patience and applying these principles of allowing yourself to not be in a rush. And what happens when we read is we're in a rush to learn, right? Because I've taken one piece of information, I've put it in. Okay, now I've got to go with the next piece of information. Okay, I've got to put it in. Now I've got to go with the next piece of information. I've got to put it in. Okay, that paragraph is in my head. Now I've got to go to the next piece and keep putting in and putting in and putting in and putting in. And there's no time to stop and ask questions, like in a conversation, or to object and go, well, that doesn't make sense to me. That process of objecting or asking questions, or just stopping and you know, changing the subject to something which is a related topic, not on topic, in order to intuitively grasp something about what was being said that isn't rational. That happens in conversation. That happens when we talk. It doesn't happen when we read. I mean, what do you guys think about these ideas?
Well, when you mentioned the Happy Meal analogy, it made me think of, like, when you're cooking, that's all part of the digestion process. Is when you're cooking, your body's getting ready to digest the meal. It's the same when you're cooking, when you're gathering information and sort of like letting it sink in, you know, your kind of your gut, your intuition is kind of being built, is learning how to process that information. So when we have, like, this kind of ready meal information handed to us, some people are happy with that. But when we sort of like dissect things and like sort of make it into something which is our own, cook our own meal, it's sort of stronger. And with the cube as well, when you mentioned that, I was thinking, with a cube, when you go around the edge, you don't touch the center, you don't touch the middle, you just go around the edge. So that's kind of do you know what I mean? Just going around the edge of the cube, there's no center to it, it's hollow, and that kind of creates a void, I guess. And then you need to fill that space with something else: drugs, alcohol, sex, whatever. So with Minecraft as well, that's Mindcraft. The whole kind of thing in Minecraft is merging a world with this world, much like Stranger Things, like the eighth sphere, which is eight Sophia. So the eighth sphere, which I don't know too much about, because I kind of make up my own story and then I find out it fits. But the eighth sphere, I'm sure, can only exist when Sophia or wisdom is eaten. I'm sure that this eighth sphere can't merge here or become this if we are wise. And I think that that's what all of this subconscious programming and stuff in movies and things like that, especially with kids, because Stranger Things shows it really well, actually. They put these sort of tubes in these kids' mouths, and they're basically powering another reality, another realm, much like the Matrix. There's crossovers there. And with the subconscious mind, like I guess the innermost cave, the dark, the well you mentioned, that's the sort of backstage. That's where, if we're not in control, something else will be. Like, I call it like the puppet masters can be backstage, pulling our strings that we're not aware of. And with this ties into narcissism as well, because some people I know who have narcissistic tendencies have boarding school syndrome, where they've been in boarding school as a child, and basically they've been separated from their subconscious mind. They've basically buried their spark so deep to protect it, and their spark is like, I guess it would be kind of the innermost child, I guess, which needs to come out for creativity. But with trauma like boarding school syndrome, it can make people narcissistic, because that's the myth of Narcissus as well, which I've mentioned before, where his sister was killed, his twin sister. And I can't help but view that as Narcissus as the conscious mind, his sister as the feminine, the dark, the subconscious. And then if we're disconnected from our subconscious mind, we can become narcissistic, I guess. So I kind of view it as when there's trauma or like drama, or especially as children, we bury our spark so deep that it's difficult to find. And this is, I guess, what shadow work is doing, or traveling the liminal spaces, rewiring our brains so we can find ourself again, our core, the bar, our soul, which dreams, that which goes beyond the firmament to the astral, has a stroll in the astral, and then brings things back here. So yeah, I'll just kind of the cube kind of going around the edge, and the philosophy of the cube, you'll have a void, and that void is a hollow center, which will be filled with things which don't serve us well. But if you're able to kind of dissolve the cube, you can kind of go into it. And I think that the cube comes up quite a lot in like mine. It's a blue cube as well, so I view it as an ice cube. It's fear, and that's the Tesseract cube, the blue cube in all the Marvel films and Minecraft. And the guy in Minecraft is called Steve, and he wears a turtleneck top like Steve Jobs. And with technology, they're trying to merge worlds, but we've spoken about that before. That's a conversation for another time.
What do you guys think? Okay, well, I'll jump on, baby. I think that's like, I like the ideas that you're presenting, and I think there's very much, I think it's very much a part of what we are doing, and I the idea that they are using children, because think of it, like the children hold most of the creative potential. So if we think of reality, and I know Cosmic's probably going to be all over this, if we think of reality as, and we bear in mind panpsychism, but not the panpsychism that the physicists talk about after being brainwashed with their brick by brick model that they were force fed in schools and universities. I mean, panpsychism as it's been understood by the occult sciences and the pagans and the Vedas and the Kabbalah and the Hermetics and the Native American Indians and the local indigenous Khoisan people here and basically the Aborigines. You just go everywhere. This is ancient ideas that this universe that we're experiencing, this matter, is an experience that is born of the spiritual planes. And the spiritual planes is the realm of pure mind, the mental, supermental field. And the supermental field, through consciousness, the experience of consciousness, manifests reality. So reality isn't physical and just happens to have a mental component like the physicists want to consider panpsychism, but it's actually a mental experience, a spiritual, mental, supermental experience that happens to manifest a physical component that we can experience. That's the ancient idea of panpsychism. And so that's the panpsychism that I relate to. It makes the most sense to me. And it's why magic works, right? It's why we're able to affect matter with our mind one way or another, because matter is an expression of our mental body, of the mental potential. And understanding this connection or feeling the structure of it means we can influence it in one way or another. So this idea, when we apply the what I call traditional old school panpsychism to it, means that the children have the powerful creative potential, and that creative energy means that they're able to engage with the emotional context of reality, because reality has both a logical context and a rational context, but it also has an emotional context. In the same way that we microcosmically, personally have a rational context of thinking, as well as an emotional, intuitive context, we're able to use both, right? But children tend to have a far better access to right brain, which is actually the back brain. The back brain and the right brain work together. This is in mystical practice. We're talking about the Kala chakra in that Buddhist cosmology, or we're talking about the Binti chakra if we're talking about in Vedic cosmology, because they tend to have a good idea of the physiology of the body because of these medicinal systems of Ayurveda that is basically presented so much of this energy medicine and how it relates to the physical body. And so these two different parts, the forebrain working with the left and the right brain working with the back, it's not that cut and dried. It's not left or right. The whole brain works together. It's a team, but it might be led by this one, and then it's led by this one. And when it's led by this one works with this one, with this one to create the leading, the left and the front. And when it's led by these two, so these two are the emotional intelligence, the right and the back, and the front and the left are the logical, the logos. And children tend to use far more of their right and their back brains. Now, the Kala chakra has got to do with, as it says, Kala chakra is the mysteries of time, the manipulation of time, the transcendence of time, the closest we can get to the causal field of energy and consciousness that is actually able to affect things. This is why children have more psychic potential than adults. Intuitive potential, psychic gifts, spiritual powers, far more common in children because they don't question it with their logical mind. They just allow it to be and it flows through them. It's an evocative experience, a natural expression of being. And so you'll find that children often are able to see people's energy centers better than adults. recognize people, and I knew you in that life and that point, and we were together. Your name was such and such. We were brothers, or we were this past life, or have an intuitive experience of what's going to happen to you. I had a vision. This is where you're going to go. It's what's going to happen. Or the ability to telekinetically move things or to influence animals or people. Children have these powers. They are in the narrative of the emotional, which means they're able to also experience and see things that adults tell them is not real. No, Josie, it was just a dream. Go back to sleep. It's not real. It's just your imagination. Yes, in no sense. And that's interesting because what we sense, right, is a process, a reflection. But when we are innocent, when we are channeling innocence, we are not using our senses so much. We are just in a state of connection, right? So this nasty word oneness that we took a good kicking at in a recent roundtable, I don't like the word, but the unity, that unifying principle that unifies all people on an energetic level, to all atoms, to all living beings, to all things, to the elements, that cohesive potential, which is the glue that keeps the different things together in a structure of movement. That glue is not something that we sense, it's something that we are. What we sense is outside of us. It represents separation, like you were talking about, Shinobi, that separation. What we are inside is what we share. And children go into what they are inside, and they, instead of sensing, oh, this one at a distance, it's inside of me. And inside of me, there's a version of you inside of me. It's all in here. I don't have to sense it. Our senses are externally directing. And sure, the idea of innocence is something that we relate to moral, right? More all, moral, right? How much of the all? More of the all. Why more? Because it's not just A, B, C, D separations, and I am A looking at B, considering C. No, it's more all. It's just all. It just all is. There's a wonderful little animated poetic film called what is it called? Gosh, I used to know this animated film I saw. Rob, are you still in the room, Rob? Do you remember the Max? If you can find it, it's an Australian thing. It's amazing. It's very intense. It's a journey of psychology, but there's a spiritual component to it, and it's about the is. And the is always attacking us, right? The is. It's trying to attack us. It's trying to move us back down into. It's really powerful. If you see it, it's called The Max, M-A-X. It's an animated story. It'll blow your mind, and it's a poetic journey. So the narration in this animated film is poetic. You're going along a poetic journey. It's a piece of art, the likes of which I haven't seen again. And I saw it in 2020, and I was like, wow, 2019, 220. That's why I asked Rob, because we actually watched it together in Brighton years ago. But I think Rob might have gone off. But yeah, the reality of this notion of is versus I am being just is. I think children just are. They don't need a reason. It's the divine feminine. The divine feminine just contains everything. The rational masculine, it has to separate you, me, them, us, this, that, distinctions. I need to be in control. I can only be in control if I'm here and you're there and that's there, and I can control that and this from this position. I'm in charge. The feminine is just contained. Everything's just contained. There's no control. Just containing everything. That's the emotional context that children are so rich in. Why children are used in their black magic rituals. Why children are abused. Why children suffer those dirty old men. In the past, they usually wore black dresses, a cross, a rosary. They did their Hail Marys after doing their naughties with Mary, that's the reality. Or John or Paul or Peter or Angelo, they like their children young. Celibacy didn't work for men. Men in black dresses should never practice celibacy. It was a slogan I used to chant most of my life. And I had these men in black dresses exercising me again and again and again. And I was very clear, Dad, you don't leave me alone with these guys. But Dad's like, oh, don't worry, my son. These are men of God. I said, Dad, you don't leave the room. I refused to let my dad leave the room and leave me alone with these men with their black dresses because they were exercising me. I was exercised like at least half a dozen times because of this emotional context that I'm talking about. I was in this R being, and in this R being, I'm experiencing a memory of that's just a memory. But in that memory, I can see John or Paul, and that memory, things are happening, and I can speak the details of that memory, but it hasn't happened yet, right? That's what we're talking about. So a lot of things are happening to me as a child after I drowned. And so I had to be exercised because like everybody was scared of me. All the adults, they were afraid of me because I was like devil's child, this devil's child. And my dad was genuinely trying to help me because like I wasn't allowed to play with other people's children. I was being ostracized. Indy spoke about being ostracized because of being colorblind. That's another point I think as well. They don't want us to think for ourselves. They don't want, oh, it's all good, Otigally. It made me special. Special school special. No, well, it made me strong that I could stand on my own 2 feet and think for myself, which I'm very grateful for, because I didn't need the approval of other people. So I learned to grow up not giving a damn about approval, and I didn't need any validation from anyone because, like, well, screw you all. You're just people, like, you just have opinions like me, like, So as a young child, I was a 7 or 8 year old child that didn't think that the adult necessarily knew better than me. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you know better than me. No, I'm not going to take that. I don't believe you. That was my attitude as a little kid. Adults didn't always like that, But I think that level of well, particularly I was abused when I was 1, but neglected. I learned to fast as a little boy. I'm not fasting now. I had my girlfriend make the best vegan sushi ever. My little boy ate like 3 plates of vegan sushi. Oh my gosh. And I ate a decent amount of vegan sushi myself. Thank you, my dear sweetheart. If you're around for your vegan sushi, it was amazing. But I think this emotional potential and power is something that's a big problem, right? And as adults, we've lost it, right? Mostly. And so would you agree, Cosmic and Indy, that as adults, we rely on our logic far too much and we don't engage with that childlike part of ourselves, which is a pure emotional state of being, and that most of us are generally imbalanced. And that example we were talking about earlier is an extreme example of what happens when you become too far away from your emotional center. What do you think?
I think it's like, here's the kind of conundrum that I think I'm dealing with. I think a lot of people are dealing with. It's not so much that we want to keep this sort of rational sort of mindset of thinking, this kind of logical, but I think in a world where there's so much deception and there's so much trickery and lies, it's like going into a bad neighborhood without a weapon. That's kind of what it feels like when I go into this world as corrupted and deceitful and light. I'm just going in there just like a, you know, innocent flower child. I'm like a lamb for the slaughter, man. So in a lot of ways, I think people, it's not just a matter of like, oh, I'm a nasty skeptic and I hate spirituality and I'm dark. I think that like people like me, it's like I kind of want to open myself up more and I want to be more open, but I'm at the same time, I'm aware of all that there's so much the lies and the deception and the trickery. So, and I guess at least I feel like I can just be open in my own kind of like, you know, like when I'm out in nature, for example, like I feel like in some sense I can let go there when I'm by myself and, you know, in the trees and the grass and stuff. But when it comes to like listening to other people and hearing their advice, I feel like, you know, in this world that we live in, I have to take every person's opinion with a grain of salt. And I don't really even make any discrimination towards who. Everything has salt on it now. It's just that's the way it is. So in a sense, it's like I get what you're saying, and I think a lot more people than you realize want to be at the place where you guys are at, where you're basically able to, you know, just sort of go with the flow, you know, be in the now, sort of like trust the divine winds that, you know, surround you and so forth. But the sad reality of the world is in, maybe I'm wrong or maybe I'm right, but I think a lot of people feel like we have to be guarded because, you know, there's the sense of, you know, when you're out skipping, you know, in the flowers, so to speak, you know, that's when like a crocodile, you know, bites your ankle. And then once that crocodile bites your ankle, you think differently when you frolic through those flowers again. You're like, oh crap, I got to make sure that crocodile doesn't bite me again. I think that's kind of what life is like, is that we, you know, especially when you're a kid too, because the other reason when you're innocent, when you're a child, is that you haven't really gone through a lot of really painful ordeals yet, getting older, dealing with death. I mean, some kids probably deal, I know some kids deal with death, but not necessarily all of them. But, you know what I mean? There's certain trials and tribulations and traumatic experiences that, you know, accumulate through one's childhood and their adulthood that gradually chips away at that innocent nature that people have. And so in a lot of ways, that innocence has to be reawakened and I think recultivated, you know, somehow. And I think kind of like what I said earlier, I think the way to do that is we need to find space for ourselves to get out of the sort of the group dynamic, because in a lot of ways, it's like, I think what's also kind of like what's difficult about the modern age we live in is that we all want to feel connected in this world. We all kind of want to be kind of connected with the now, the human race and the planet. But at the same time, it's like the planet is really sick. And it's like there's a lot of madness. Just like, you know, it's like at the same time, I feel like if I get connected to the world, if I'm connected with humanity, now I've got the infection, right? It's like you want to connect with humanity, but humanity is basically quarantined at the moment with a kind of a psychic disease, if you will, a kind of astral coronavirus, if you want to get into that kind of, use that kind of language. But, you know, I think it's one thing when we realize there's a lot of people, I think that we should have more compassion for skeptical people and not be just like, oh, you're just a bunch of, you know, just butthurt skeptics. There's a lot of people, and I speak from my own experience, of people who have dealt with skepticism. They're convinced that God isn't real. They're convinced they're afterlife, but they are utterly horrified by it. They're depressed by it. They're just miserable about it. And they just wish with all of their hearts that they were freaking wrong. And that's why I care so much about being rational with occultism and doing that, because those are the people that I want to get across to. Those are the people that I want to reach. I don't want to reach the, you know, the happy, you know, person who's already figured out their chakras and already has a spiritual path. No, I want to reach out to that atheist, but that reluctant person who really wishes there was something deeper in this world, really wishes there was magic in the universe, but it's like there's something in their mind that prevents them doing it, and they don't, and it's like involuntary. Like they want to get rid of this mind virus that's preventing them from seeing the spiritual thing, but it's like, no, you can't leave. And they're just like, and so I think that's one of the reasons why, like, I know you mentioned the dangers of psychedelics before, but I think in this particular instance, I think that's where psychedelics are the most effective. When you want to really connect to something, to spirituality, but the materialist programming in your mind is so stubborn. It's like, I don't know if you guys ever had like, I remember when I was in college, they made us install this McAfee antivirus software on my computer, and there was nothing I could do to get that thing. I know, I agree, Shava. There was nothing I could do to get that thing uninstalled. I tried everything. And materialism is like that. It's like someone put a virus in your computer and it refuses to uninstall itself. So I think that when we see people who are like, they ask for evidence and they're skeptical, I mean, I understand it's annoying, and I understand that, it can be kind of troublesome to deal with them. But I always try to keep that fact in mind when I deal with really skeptical people, is that sometimes there are people who are just jerks and they just want to poo-poo and they don't care. But there are other people out there who really wish that materialism was wrong, but they're just like, they're trapped in it. They feel like they can't necessarily escape it. So that's what I would say, in regards to all of this stuff, is that, that's why it's so important for me to be, I think logic is important. It's not that like I want to, try to deconstruct occultism. I want to make magic and occultism accessible to neurotically skeptical people like me. And I feel that if I can use that logical language, that can be kind of like a bridge, like a gap to that system. It's kind of like if you're like you're overcoming an addiction, right? Sometimes it's better to not do it cold turkey. Sometimes you have to kind of wean yourself off of it. It's okay. It's like, okay, you're going to do a little less. It's like, okay, we're open to more symbolic forms of occultism. Okay, now next day, maybe you're open to more literal forms of it. And there's that gradual process because, there's also that lack of trust that comes from growing up in a fundamentalist religious household, where a lot of people in America, especially in the Midwest, have been told that you're going to burn in hell. God is going to punish you. And I think that's the other aspect that we don't talk about either, because there is that materialist aspect. But one of the reasons that people are drawn to materialism is because the idea of the Christian God is so deeply terrifying and disturbing. It's like they retreat into materialism, like, people going into a bunker after a nuclear bomb, goes off, right? So that's why I think in a lot of ways, like, I am more skeptical when it comes to the way I look at magic and the way I organize my ideas, because I want these ideas to be accessible to the people who are trapped in that same dark place that I was.
It makes me think of you in Indy now, and all the people that people have often said to me, like, hey, like, get that person on the round table. And nobody's like really grasped that, like, for me, and I'm just speaking personally here, and this might give context, and I appreciate where you're coming from, Cosmic. There takes all kinds to make a world. And to build a house, you need all different sorts of materials, different kinds of things. You need glass for windows, you need, wood for pallets and this and that, and door frames and window frames. You need bricks, you need mortar, you need floor, you need roof tiles, you need plaster, you need crete for making ceilings, and cables for making electricity, and different components. And like humans are like that. We're all different components. You play your role in building the house, I play my role in building the house, and together we, with everybody else's inputs, we are part of a proverbial house. That's how I like to see the metaphor. So I think everybody has to follow their proclivity. Everybody's got to find their juice, what moves them, what inspires them. That for me, on a personal level, like, what made me want to bring like this group of people together on the round table that I have. And it's interesting, you know, I look at people and I see qualities within people. Might sound weird, like certain qualities, like it's almost, it's not specifically ethics, but there's an element of ethics. There's an element of morality, and there's an element of attitude that I look for in people, and I want to draw those people nearer in like a circle, and like, you know, and so it's not like what people know, what people's experience is, but it's like their hearts that for me is important. And so that's like interesting, like difference. I suppose we all have to play our different roles. So that's what like made me want to have this particular group of people together, is because of the feeling like if someone's a really good person, that to me is more important than any other crap. What you've studied, what you've read, what you know, what you believe in. Yeah, okay, cool, that's great. Like I'm always up for like interesting ideas, but like when the chips fall, what kind of a human being are you? Like, where are your priorities? Well, where's your heart? Are you real? Are you authentic? Are you a genuine human being? Are you? And so that's what draws me. For example, you guys, and I can feel that within you guys. You know, you guys are who you are, and that's why we draw this kind of people into our chat, right? We draw real, original people that are like going to be authentic and for real, and I believe that consciousness is that way. So for me, it's like, it's more important for me to see what kind of a human being I'm dealing with, and whether there's resonance. And now this might sound cold, but I don't really have time for everybody. I wish I had. I feel that possibly on some level, it might be nice if I could, right? If I could be this divine, all inclusive and be lovely for like, but I'm like, I don't have time for narcissists. I just don't. Sorry. it's you know, for me, I'm what's more important for me, like if I find somebody that thinks, well, what I know is right, and I'm just gonna like bulldoze everybody else and going to become aggressive and violent towards people who don't believe what I believe, and like, you know, going to bully them or try and do this or try and be like this, and then I just don't have time for those people. Just don't. I'm more interested in people that are just who they are, and when people are who they are and they're real, then they don't tend to be like that, because they're like good people, what we call the salt of the earth, right? And the salt of the earth, and here's an interesting term, you know, the salt of the earth are people that take everything with a pinch of salt, right? So they don't have to, you know, it's great to exchange ideas. It's great because you learn different perspectives. And you go, oh, okay, that's the way you look at them. When you're sitting in your quiet reverie, you can think about something that person said. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay, maybe. And it can adjust your own perspective, you know, which is not a bad thing. But at the end of the day, like that to me is secondary or even tertiary to like the quality of the person's soul. Are they a good person? And these good people tend to just take everything with a pinch of salt, because they are looking probably often at like more important things, like whatever those things are to them, right? Than just A, B, or C, looking at the big picture in some way. And something was said earlier, it made me think about you, Indy. And I wonder if Indy's sitting at the yes, you are, lovely. About like being abused when you're young, or being abused or something. And it made me think like the people, like all of us here, I'm guessing we've we've somehow experienced being like hurt by people because of being different. Am I right?
That's accurate, I'd
Yeah.
say.
I think I had my issue was that I overthrow authority when I was 7 years old. I got kicked out of the church, and I told my parents they were never allowed to punish me again, or I was going to run away because I'm faster than them. So, and I ran away from my father. He couldn't chase me, so I had leverage. It was bad. So I became a delinquent very soon after that, and an arsonist as a juvenile delinquent. So it was a bad scene, but I learned early on from my mistakes and became a different person. And I went through stages of changes in my life multiple times. So I think it was from that experience that I was able to not be governed by my authority and take my own sovereignty back. And I was able to create my own systems and things because I have that freedom of mind. I think there's just a missing element of connection with the collective to be able to really share my creativity because it's kind of in its own world right now. But I feel like I could bring it down to earth and really put it out there more. I recently lost my blog and I just bought it back. I had to pay double to get it back with fees, but I was so glad to be able to retrieve it. But I gotta start putting out some more of my material out there. I got so much in my notes that needs to be translated onto digital media. It's a process, but I really enjoy being able to do it on paper because a lot of the stuff that I try to store digitally gets taken away for some strange anomalous reasons. Get a loss. I feel like they don't want certain information to be on the web. I've had issues with it. But one thing I do know is that when I search for information that I know that's in my notes that I have resources for it all and stuff. I can't find it in searches anymore, and it's driving me a bit nuts. But then I can go to my notes and know that I have the diagrams, I have the maps, I have it all. But it's not really allowed to be seen anymore if you just try to look for it a lot of times. Particularly, I was looking for Vatanian, but there's a slip where they allow Watan. This is a language from Agartha. I've been trying to figure out these symbols on the Bugosphere are quite anomalous. The best connections I have is the Adinkra alphabet from Africa. The Adinkra alphabet has at least half a dozen connections on those symbols that you don't see in other languages. But it's a process trying to connect things like that. Like the Voynich manuscript was quite anomalous and baffling to a lot of people, just like the Bugosphere symbols. But it's interesting doing linguistic anthropological work, trying to connect the dots. Although academia does not make it easy, they deny like certain languages like linear A being part of the tree of the languages. Linguistic anthropologists apparently are not allowed to add Watan or linear A and B. Well, I think linear B has been connected to Afro-Asiatic languages, but linear A somehow is not, which is ridiculous. But there's also the Basque alphabet was lost, and I think it's very close to linear A. But a lot of these languages are very fascinating. They go back to having much deeper complexity, where each of the symbols represented a story of a god or a goddess or an element of nature. And they also represented a musical note and a number as well. So it was some more integrated systems. And as we've kind of moved away from our roots, the pictographic element has been lost in the West, and the alphabetical element has been lost in the East. but together we still have all of the elements. The Hebrew language is the one really that has all the most of the elements that's still maintained in their alphabet. And so it's written into their alphabet how to sing the words, which is pretty amazing. Or it can be. Which is pretty advanced. I feel like if we can get our language back to the magical alphabet that it was before, I think Aramaic may be the one that we could really use our words to empower us more. And if you can still, even with the letters that we use today, come to a deeper understanding of the power of each letter, you do more magic with your words, through your imagination. I think it's powerful.
Yeah, brother. You know, it's interesting you speak about academia. I think, like, when it comes to academia, make me choose between academia or nuts from academia, and you know which one I'll choose? I'll go with the nuts every day. They just taste better. I think there's something about the experiential path. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, there's nothing. It's good to invest, to exercise. That's what I think. Like, I think it's really healthy to exercise the mind, to exercise your body, to stay physically healthy, to stay mentally healthy, right? And to exercise different faculties, memory, the imagination. Really good to exercise it. And this produces its own synchronous reaction that's really powerful and positive, and can connect up different. For example, it's something that I shared, and I think it's quite relevant here. So the heart, right? Why am I putting down the amethyst to talk? You see, I want to be logical. So I've got a Brandberg amethyst here, and I've got a beautiful citrine, but the citrine is a Tao. That means that it's the age of a crystal. You can tell the age of a crystal in terms of its development by the geometry and the maths of its structure. And the Tao means that there's a sense of it's equally developed from three directions. And that only happens when a crystal grows very, 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 very slowly, right? And crystals are actually changing. Wow, I'm literally pulling energy off of it, and it feels like substance. Isn't that weird, huh? Isn't that fascinating? Sorry, while I'm talking, I'm just feeling this stuff's like stuck on there. I've got to pull it off. The Tao has got it's three sides, and it's got a seven-sided polygon opposite a triangle, and it's got three seven-sided polygons opposite three triangles that are pretty much as close. They're not necessarily equilateral, but they've got a sense of structure, right? In terms of balanced. And the older the Tao, the closer to an equilateral triangle it gets, right? So there's this math and understanding crystals and how they've grown. It's just like the quartz, for example. Citrine is a kind of a quartz. And so that makes it a Tao, makes it a master, one of probably the most sought after master stone by those that know their crystal knowledge. But and when you pick it up, it's profound. It's about stability, balance, harmony. And this is a really beautiful stone. This I haven't been able to quite ascertain the maths of this, but this one definitely is a channeling stone. So this is a channeling stone. This is doesn't have that perfect mathematics. It's developed from one side a bit more, but it's moving in that direction of a Tao. But the other two have got other not quite synchronized math. And so they have different purposes. But I'm sorry, I got sidetracked on the crystals because they were talking to me. What I've noticed about the heart and how the heart talks. Shamanism is the most primal form of practice. So what you've got is you've got occultists. You got the occult, right? And the occult is all about sort of knowledge, understanding, cultivating understanding, right? Then you got the mystic. And the mystic is a level of moving towards wisdom specifically, right? And they are sort of like poles of each other, the mystic, the occultist. They're not quite the same. Crystals were talking. What did they say? Well, they were talking to me about the equilibrium in my energy field. And why I felt I needed to put one down was because I was trying to use my logic without my internal emotional mechanisms. And so they didn't want me to allow the words to flow like water coming off the edge of a cliff, moving towards the earth and separating into little droplets until they cohere in a stream that pounds the earth with the musicality of knowledge. And they wanted me to stream it out logical little chips of information and hand it out like I'm standing at a stationery shop handing out pencils, each pencil the same as every other pencil, just slightly boring, but gets the job done. And so that's what they were telling me, like, get a bit of the waterfall going here, brother. Because on unconscious level, I'm trying to avoid that part of it. So they talk to our energy field, our vibrational electromagnetic field. And this is what I'm getting at here. The heart is producing many different fields of acoustic resonance. The acoustic resonance produced by the electromagnetic pulse, the electromagnetic field which is pulsing through the heart. Imagine your blood. Your blood is flowing through your system, right? And there's an electromagnetic pulse, which is an electrical field, electromagnetic pulsing, which actually interacts with the blood plasma and has an ionizing effect on the blood plasma itself, affecting the ions. And this is how the consciousness is brought into the physical vehicle, through this heart ionizing field in the blood plasma. And this is also permeating all the cells, this ionic field. And the rhythm of the heart is what shaman work with, right? So shaman bypass mysticism, they bypass occultism, and they go straight to the heart. They are like, how can I tune this heart? Okay, rhythm. Yeah, rhythm. So they become focused on the rhythm. And they are like, well, I don't need all of that other nomenclature. I'll just sit in the rhythm and allow my heart rhythm to get in rhythm with the rhythm of the universe, and allow the rhythm of the universe to dance within my heart until my heart expresses the rhythm of the universe, and the universe and myself become an entangled flower of possibility. And the spores and pollen of the sexual act of myself and this universe entangling in this love-making potion of joy and peace and harmony, which is carried by my heart through the blood plasma, affecting the hormones, affecting the electrical infrastructure of my logic, of my logos, and bringing them into a synchronous state of peace and harmony, in order that the shackles of the physical world no longer hold me or bind me to this place, so that I can just merely experience reality without being trapped in a particular structure or a particular acoustic field that reality is holding. And so the shamanic path is a very simple path. It's really just tuning the heart with the breath, tuning the heart with the rhythm of thought, tuning the heart with the rhythm of sound, tuning the heart with the rhythm of your drum, and allowing the rhythm to become a natural expression of being. Because who we think we are patterns. And these patterns are rhythmically locked in to our consciousness. And so we express these logical, rhythmic potentials. And this is why I don't have an issue with narcissists. I noticed you guys were all saying really interesting things about narcissists, and I suppose somebody's got to play a particular role. But from a shamanic perspective, it's like they are part of the universal rhythm of consciousness. I can have a bigger effect on a narcissist by not interacting with a narcissist directly, by interacting with the rhythm of the universe and allowing the rhythm of the universe to work through me, and allowing this expression of consciousness to become a field, and that field will actually cause its own natural expression to become amplified. And so the energy of the earth will be affected by the process of me going into a trance. This is the shamanic idea. And that the earth is a living being, and that she's communicating with us, she's communicating through us, and we merely can let go of everything. Just nothing matters. He doesn't, she doesn't, none of this matters. Just let go of it all and just fall into that natural way of being, which is the heart's natural rhythm. And this 40 hertz field, by the way, this is why shamans aren't interested in mysticism specifically, or occultism, even though it was first occultism that drove me into mysticism, that took me to shamanism. And even while being embedded within shamanism, mysticism and occultism have always been a part of me, and I see this as a divine trinity within me. And that the shamanic path may be my apex of my triangle, but the other two parts are a part of me, and I accept it, right? That I have a hungry mind that wants to learn. It's like a little child. I let my child play with his tablet. I let my mind play with its occult, right? My emotional body wants this mystical experience and taste, so I allow the other child to play with its emotional toys and converge at that point where I feel that tree. And so for me, walking down the road and hugging a tree is far more personally enriching than reading a book. Because that tree, when I hug her, she and me are like in the earth. And the earth is like sharing with me the information that it shared with another individual, that individual was able to code and decode and recode and put into words, to put in a book that could be printed to be read by people who need that information that came from the earth. Well, that seems like a whole lot of, can't I just plug into the earth directly? Because if the information in that person came from the earth, then, you know, it must have come through the earth somehow. So, yeah, well, you know, forgiveness is a big part of it, and acceptance is a big part of it. I think, like I see you mentioning board monkey, you know, and abuse is a big part of our world. You were talking earlier about the abuse of those evil controllers, you know, the archonic fingers that are manipulating the dark overlords, the occultists that are, you know, driving this engine towards like hurting children and doing like the most obscure and horrible things that no human being should ever do. And we have to live with it. And some part of us wants to resent them. And some part of us wants to like take action against them. And from a shamanic perspective, it's like, well, if the earth moves you to do what the earth moves you to do. The earth will do with you what the earth will do with you. And so there's a certain, I think there's that element of faith that comes as that third point. And so, you know, this is why for me personally, like, I think that I change the world more by who I am than by what I say or what I do, which happens to be an occult catchphrase. The magician changes the world more by what the magician is than by what the magician does or says. There's an interesting concept within this. And I think it has got to do with the echo frequency of the heart's oscillating frequency, tuning into the earth and oscillating outwards towards the next person, and their frequency affected by that frequency, and that person, and if they maintain those frequencies, they oscillate out. So if I surround myself with narcissists, it's going to lower my vibrational field. As a group, whatever group I'm in, we're going to have less effect on the whole. But if I surround myself with people that are on a field of like the right heart vibration, then as a group we'll be carrying a vibrational field that will influence a bigger group. And somewhere in that group, the narcissist will be being influenced by the huge, massive group consciousness awareness that is being generated by people coming together in a sense of community with higher aspirations towards wisdom, love, and power in a unified, balanced way. So this is why I feel that we don't need to fix narcissists. The earth will do it in whatever way that the earth needs to do it. There's a certain amount of trust, respect, and faith in Gaia. Yeah, you know. But when I say Gaia, I mean the consciousness of the being within which we are, because we're in a being. And I don't mean the physical earth. I mean, in the same way that I've got a body, but then there's a bigger something that's in this body. And the same thing, like the earth has a body, but there's a bigger something that's in the earth. And this being is made out of like beings that are operating together in the same way that my body is made out of organs that are like little beings that are operating together, synergizing to maintain the physical reality. The consciousness is doing the same thing, and the earth is like the same as what we are, and we are part of the earth and part of a bigger thing. And so this is like the structure of unity, but there is the absolute individuality within the unity, and one cannot relinquish one's responsibility to carry this field, this vibrational energy. And you know, these are my thoughts. I've been banging on. What do you guys think? Let's get some different opinions on the table here.
All right. Can you kind of go over what you were talking about? I was listening, but you kind of went through a lot of different tangents and points. I have a very bad attention span sometimes.
Summary. Okay. Now I need to rationalize. Mysticism, occultism, and shamanism.
Right.
That's 3 parts. And the occultist is all about affecting change and gaining the informational cues and tools to affect change. The mystic is about learning to empathize with the emotional context of the world on a moral, ethical, spiritual basis. So there's a receiving. The mystic is all about receiving, right? The magician is all about giving. They want to be an agent of change, and the mystic wants to receive that change and become changed. So these are the 2 poles. And then the shaman is about just falling into the rhythm and allowing themselves to both become an agent of change and receive that change without interfering with the process. So the work of the mystic and the work of the occultist become the fruits that the shaman eats in the self. Is it self? It's not self-sacrifice, but it's just letting go and falling into the womb of the world. I think that's sort of a summary.
Mhm. I was just kind of thinking right now, it's like it's easier for my mind to formulate a response if I hear a question. It's like I just realized that now. Like if somebody asks me a question, it's like something will pop into my head right away. But if I'm left on air, I'm like, I don't know. But anyway, I think that when it comes to, I have thoughts on narcissists, and I think the issue with narcissism and why it's so difficult to change is because narcissists don't want to stop being narcissists. You know, a lot of ways, I think that they see the sort of the ego, the self image that they've created for themselves is sort of like a protective barrier. Because if you think about what narcissism essentially is, it's basically always preventing yourself from either being vulnerable or having any sense of genuine self introspection. It's almost like with a lot of narcissists, even though they're so individualistic and so selfish, paradoxically, it's because they actually lack a sense of self. They lack a sense of any individuality or identity. And they create this kind of grandiose persona as a sort of compensation for that lack of sort of fundamental, self and personality. Because you have to really think about it. It's not so much that, with narcissists that they have some kind of thing that they see that we don't. It's more it's just a lack, like a kind of like blindness, if you will. And I think this is what the other reason I have a problem with oneness, because I think that the concept of oneness and narcissism, unfortunately, do have a correlation. And that correlation is that when you're a narcissist, you're it's effectively a type of solipsism. It's like the difference between, me going off, driving out in the street in real life versus me going off and driving on the street in the video game Grand Theft Auto. Now, the reason that you don't necessarily feel bad, mowing down people in Grand Theft Auto is because those people in that game, they're essentially just, pixels generated on a TV screen. And the thing is, for the narcissist, that's how unfortunately for the narcissist, I think it's like basically when they look at you, they don't actually see another person. They just see an NPC in a video game. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're so angry, is because in the sense that they want to convince themselves that they are God and that they're better than everybody else, they've effectively isolated themselves from the rest of existence. Like I was thinking about hell as the concept. A lot of people think that hell is this kind of like, place where you get punished. I had a different concept of hell. Like, what if hell is basically the narcissist getting everything that they want and realizing it means absolutely nothing? Because if you think about hell, you're being in some place where you're tortured and burned alive. There's at least a sense of, oh, I can escape to this place to get somewhere better. But if you think you're already in heaven and you're disappointed and you have nowhere else to escape to, then you're really trapped. And that's kind of the way the narcissist kind of lays it. They want to control people, but ultimately they don't really see other individuals. Like when a narcissist, is interacting with you, they don't really think of themselves as interacting with a person external to them. They just see everybody else as they're just so focused on themselves that other people external to them just seem like just sort of mindless noise. So I think the unfortunate reality with a lot of narcissism is that I don't think that it necessarily can be helped or fixed. And I know a lot of people would say, no, Cosmic, you're not believing enough. We can help these people if we just use love and compassion. I've tried that. All right. And you try being empathic with these narcissists, and they will utterly destroy your heart and mind and twist it and distort it and lie to you and create all kinds of false empathy to trick you with guilt and gaslighting. And so, unfortunately, I think a lot of these narratives in occultic community of just like, just being some hippie and giving everybody a hug, it unfortunately doesn't work. I mean, I wish it did work. I wish it was real. But the thing with a lot of these people, these narcissists, that the reason that they are narcissists is because, whether it's genetic or not, it's something that's been going around with them, for their entire lives. Like whether it be, you know, from abuse. I know a lot of people who are narcissists because they had narcissistic parents. And it's totally common that I hear a lot of people will tell me that the reasons that they're pathological liars is because their parents were pathological liars. And that's the thing about lying that I never really thought about. Like, why is it important? Why do you care about the truth? You know, why is it important? Because, and I thought about that for a second. I think the reason that I care about what's true is that I care about that there's a coherent reality for people that I care about to exist in, that there's a coherence and meaning. And when you don't care about other people, you don't care about that coherence anymore. It's because everything else that happens external to you is irrelevant. And it's almost like you, from their perspective, they're the only being that even exists at all. So when it comes to, you know, dealing with narcissists, I think that the only real cure for a narcissist is isolation. Like they have, because the thing about a narcissist is that the reason that narcissist keeps working and staying is because they always have somebody external to blame. Like even if you argue with a narcissist, the narcissist will think to themselves, oh, this person's trying to get me. This person's, because they have that victim complex. And so really, I think the only real cure for narcissism is just to put them in a, you know, some place where they're in total isolation, totally outside of space and time, and they have no one else to compare themselves to but themselves. And I think, and I know that's brutal, but I think that's probably the way that, even like if there is any cure for it, it's going to be something like that. Because the thing about narcissism that a lot of other people don't understand is that it really doesn't, they crave attention. Like attention is ultimately their fuel, their life force, their energy. And it doesn't matter if that attention is positive or negative. Whether you insult the narcissist or compliment the narcissist is irrelevant to the narcissist. All that matters is that you fuel that fire and give them attention, because really what they want to do is be significant. They want to be significant without really doing anything special or particular. They just want people to sort of notice them, because in a lot of ways, it's like, it is that kind of that weird Gideon's knot where it's like they got this power from believing that they're the most important person in the universe. But by believing that you're the most important person in the universe, your life becomes empty and hollow, and you don't really get any satisfaction out of all. Yeah, you may be getting all these, but like when I'm around people like that who have a lot of like, you know, they're just like, you know, they have all these vices, they do all these things. It's like they'll do all the sex and the drugs and whatever not, but they never really feel satisfied, you know, when with their these superficial, whether it be, you know, through cheap highs or material gains and, you know, business or in the social world, because they never really can feel that connection between other people. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're so angry and resentful. They're resentful of the fact that you can actually have these pleasures in life and actually be satisfied and enjoy them. And, you know, when we talk about like, you know, the devil's temptation, it's almost like narcissism is the devil's temptation. It's like, look at me. You give up, you know, caring about people. You give up, you know, truth and coherence. You give up, and you're basically invincible. You're this powerful being. No insults can hurt you. You know, nothing will terrify you. Nothing. And it's a lot of ways. It's like people, they're giving up their compassion and their empathy in exchange for not having any fear in life. And I think that's one of the why narcissists are so appealing to in movies and rock stars and film, is because, oh man, look at them. They can do all these crazy things and they seem totally invincible. They seem totally ineffective. I want that power too. Like I think about like one of the most like prominent psychopaths would be like in rock and roll, be someone like G.G. Allen, this guy who, you know, you might be familiar with G.G. Allen, frankly, but the chat might know. This is basically a rock star from the late 90s. He would basically take off all his clothes, roll around in broken glass and feces, and basically physically attack the audience. Now, obviously a pretty unpleasant dude, but you can't deny that there's a sense of, you know, it's not that I want to roll around and roll in, you know, and broken glass and feces, but there's a part of you that you wish you were brave enough to do something so, you know, disturbing and intense and be able to just kind of like go through that and be unfazed. Now, and that's the narrative that people are being sold, that basically if you give up your empathy and you give up your compassion, you will be completely fearless and invincible. And when I think about Christians talking about, like, even though I don't believe in Christianity, but I mean, obviously there's some aspects that I do agree with, and that being one of them, the idea that, when it comes to evil and why people are drawn to narcissism is that people think that being narcissistic makes you powerful, and people feel powerless. And that's kind of the grift, right? It's like the narcissist disempowers you, makes you feel powerless, so that you basically, because that's another form of authoritarianism. If you think about it, it's basically wanting other people, instead of accepting people for who they are, you want them all to be carbon copies of you, because you feel that if other people live the same lifestyle as you, believe in the same things that you do, it's not about like helping these people out. It's about self-vindication. It's about, look at me, I believe in, belief X. And it's not that you want other people to believe in belief X because you want to help them out or to have a better quality of life for these people, but just so that you have a reaffirmation in your own belief in belief X, right? So, when it comes to narcissism, I think you have to learn to, I don't think there's much you can really do in fixing these people, but there's also ways that you can identify them and you can protect yourself from their manipulative language and their manipulative tactics. Because if you're going to trying to fix a narcissist is like trying to get a grizzly bear to calm down and not rip your head off. It's probably not going to work, So I think it's not even, and if science and psychology, did come along and say, we finally found a cure for narcissism, we figure out a way to treat it, I'm all for that. And I wish there was a way you could treat it, but I just want to warn people who they think of themselves as some kind of, savior, some kind of, healer, which in a way is also kind of narcissistic in and of itself. But, you got to be careful with these narcissists, dude, because like you may think that you have compassion and whatnot, but the way they work is they will take your guilt and your empathy and they will weaponize it against you. You may, because they'll try to paint you like you're the bad guy, you're the villain, you're the one that lacks compassion, you're the one that lacks understanding. And then you start questioning yourself and you start questioning your own values. And that's exactly what the narcissist wants you to do. They want you to question yourself so that you don't question them. You don't question their motivate. You're so caught up in your own personal drama, your own insecurities, and your own flaws that you become completely oblivious to the flaws of the narcissists. So I think that, if you are the kind of person who says, you know what, screw you, Cosmic, I'm a light warrior, I'm a truth seeker, I got a big heart, I can fix these narcissists. Okay, fine, see what you will. But, all I'm saying is heed my warning.
Yeah, I have something on this. I think a narcissist can only heal themselves, and it becomes difficult for people because no matter how much effort or force one applies, it's not necessarily going to ever reach the narcissist. The narcissist has to come to terms themselves with their own disabilities that come from their selfishness and self-centered ways. And this only comes about from like getting sucked into something that is like a self-destructive addiction, whether that's like too much exercise to the point where you're like totally emaciated from like jogging too much or something, or you're too much of like a violence fiend and you're like a boxer, but you've had so many head injuries and you need to like quit for your life because you're gonna go next time you get hit. Stuff like that. And if you can hit rock bottom and like realize that you can change for the better and that you've been the source of all your problems all this time, you've been in denial that you're the problem and you've always blamed everybody else but yourself. And if you go through the step work, you know, you're going to have a long list on step 4, and then being able to go and apologize to people is going to be a strong investment in your life to be able to go find all those people and apologize to them. But to be able to do that is a transformative process, and it requires surrendering and breaking down and surrendering and realizing, like, I got everything that I wanted, that I thought I wanted, but did I really get what I needed out of that? Or did I ever really mature socially and emotionally and romantically? So I think that people come to an understanding that they're very immature socially and emotionally and romantically, and that they want to grow. And so that they have to be the ones to do it, to make that push. And it takes a lot. It takes a strong, like complete like surrender in life, where you have to give up and start over and try to gain humility at that point. And it's very unlikely, but it's possible. There's a good book about it called Ivan the Terrible, who was a judge, and he sent a lot of people to their misery, even to execution, to death, even though he knew they were innocent sometimes. So at his deathbed, he realized that he regretted his ways, and that his um, his tyranny on the people was not fair to them, and that he should have been more compassionate. And so he was saved. And the moment before his death, that he was able to have that change of heart. So, you know, it's possible, but you know, sometimes it's too late. They've already done so much destruction. But there's a concept called loving neutrality from the Course in Miracles work that suggests that it's actually the person that creates the problems that's usually blamed for the issues and not actually given any compassion or understanding. So in that way, you guarantee that the problems will continue on and be propagated from that source. But if you can actually come around and become loving and understanding to the source of the issues, the person that's to blame, so to speak, instead of blaming and judging them, try to offer them understanding and try to offer them maybe the ability to repent their ways and change, or maybe the ability to just be heard, maybe just the ability to feel like they deserve to be loved, and maybe they've been so unloved in their lives that they've just given up on the idea of it and just try to hurt everyone in their path. But those people may be the ones who need the most love of all, although they might be the hardest ones to receive. No matter how loving you can be, they might not be prepared to accept or understand that they can be loved. So it's a difficult process. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of the people that run our world economy and corporatocracy and so-called governments are very much so narcissistic. And so in a lot of ways, they've been creating issues that they're not ready to take accountability for, and they're dragging us all down with it. But I think with the people that are able to call them into their accountability are the only driving force that allows them to realize their issue in the end when they want to save themselves. So I think it's good to try to keep them accountable and establish safe boundaries with these kind of people. And if they're not willing to establish boundaries that are healthy, it's time to back away and let them fall to their own demise, because evil has the seeds of its own destruction. And a lot of times these people will paint themselves into a corner where they're completely isolated. That's the only way they're going to be able to have an inkling of understanding that they could change for the better. But I think, like you guys have said, a lot of people will be in a bad cycle where they want to be the victim. And so they'll perpetuate and enable that to continue sometimes. Unfortunately, we do see that.
I think you both are spitting some fire. I think there's relative truth in everything. And I think like a lot of what you're saying now, Indy, is really on point. You know, the blame game isn't the solution necessarily. And I think, you know, what you're saying, cosmic does hold a lot of water as well. You know, that and this is actually a big part of this conversation, right? So on the one hand, you have masochism. On the other hand, you have sadism. So on some level, a narcissist has to have some element of sadism, right? Because they get their energy by hurting you in some way. And I want you to consider that to control another human's free will is a way of hurting someone. So not to allow someone to have their own free will is a form of hurting. It's a form of, and if you get off and thrive on taking away someone else's agency through whatever means, then that's an element of like wanting to control another human being. And so that to me, holds true. And so there is this this reality that we are looking at. And I think like Hollowbone Hawk was saying, vampirism is really what it's about, right? When we're talking about a narcissist, because they feel that controlling another human being gives them a sense of agency, and they want to expand their agency, and their act of expanding their own agency, their own power, their own ability to control things involves encroaching into another person's free agency and taking it away from them. And in that process, they are taking energy. They are vampire, essentially, of an energetic nature. So there's a lot there, and like you say, indeed, the blame isn't the solution. Punishing these people and being mean and hurting them, I don't think is the solution. I don't know whether I agree with you that putting them in a void, Cosmic, but I see where you're coming from. I think I'll give you an example. As a father, right? If I see another narcissist child, I won't let my child hang around with him. End of story. I'm not saying that narcissist child must be put in a room without windows, right? But I just would choose for my child not to hang out with that child. That's just a personal choice to protect my child. And I think that as parents, that's our responsibility. So we extend that to our family. If I could, if my mother met a man that was a narcissist, I would want to get between her and him if I could, right? Split them up, honestly. If a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, was in a dynamic with a narcissist, I would try and help them and say, look, this is harming you. I don't want to see you harmed because I care about you. So there's that responsibility of within our community. So I think we've got to recognize community. I think community is the key. And I believe that in the old times, the law was better than what the law is now. If somebody within our community didn't know how to behave, leave the community, right? That doesn't mean that person doesn't get another chance. That doesn't mean that person doesn't get another opportunity to be part of the community. It just means your behavior now isn't part of the community. Leave, banished. But I think banishment in ancient times maybe carried a time period. Like, you can go alone off the hills and contemplate yourself, contemplate your choices for a year or two. Have fun. Good luck. You're not part of this community. We're not going to have this. You want to hurt children? Go somewhere else. When you've come back, we will give you another chance to be in the community, but we will watch you because of your previous patterns. We will watch you. And if we see a resurgence, we'll ask you to go again. And I think that those people can learn like that, because now but I was getting my energy from that community. Now where's my energy source? Look, we're not here to provide your energy source. maybe if you go away, you will find the energy source within yourself. And so I think that like the drawing boundaries is important. I think that if we become more community conscious, narcissists will have nowhere to get energy. And that is the solution, because they would then question their choices. And in the process of them questioning their choices, maybe they'll recognize that they were making mistakes and that they might want to rectify those mistakes. They might want to consider how they were being and how they can become better for the community, and then come back and ask the community and say, listen, I've learned my mistakes. I realized I was wrong. I'm really sorry. You know, bored monkey. If someone graped a child, oof, yo, that's a tough one, hey? I think here's where, if it was my child and someone tried that nonsense, there'd be this and this. They'd be involved. That person would have learned a very severe lesson. And I think as parents, we have a responsibility to protect our children. So, you know, that I think nature would take care of it. Like, let me give you an example. Go to a lion and mess with her cub. See what happens. Go to a bear, mess with a cub. Go to a bull, mess with the little babies. Go to an elephant, mess with the babies, right? I think like at some point, nature has a solution for this, but it's in the domain of the parents and the children, you know, and what they feel. But, you know, I do think that maybe there are people that have done really bad things and they've been banished and they come back and they feel terrible about what they've done, realizing like that they were ill and wanting to heal themselves. You know, I think that's a thing, you know. At least some part of me wants to. But now here's where this conversation gets interesting, because there's an impulse for the mystic. Now here we're getting it clear. What is the downfalls of being an occultist? And what is the downfalls of being a mystic? Right? The downfalls of being an occultist, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, is that there might be a tendency to want to become a the person that perpetrates, a perpetrator, right? The downfall of the mystic is to want to become a masochist, right? The mystic wants to open their heart to everybody, and I can heal you with my love. I can heal you with my compassion. Come to me. Let this compassion and love heal you. And the narcissist comes like Cosmic says, and they go, oh, great. Free lunch. I was looking for this. We'll have one of those. We'll have one of those. And the mystic is like, I'm a martyr. Yeah. Mystics want to be martyrs deep down, I think. That's in an unbalanced way. Not that a mystic is a martyr or has it, but if one becomes unbalanced in the mystic path, then one can move towards becoming a masochist, becoming a martyr. Then on the other hand, the occultist might move towards sadism if they're out of balance. Not like if you're an occultist, you're a sadist, but if you're an occultist and you go too far into logic, you might have a logical solution for what to do, and that might be a sadistic solution, right? So either extreme holds its certain, I think, proverbial dangers. Becoming a masochist doesn't help. Becoming a sadist doesn't help, because then one becomes the narcissist, right? Becoming the masochist, then one becomes what does one become? Like a psychopath, right? One will become numb to all feeling of everything in the end, because it's an overwhelm, it's too much. Where the occultist isn't so involved with the feeling, and they're more into the logic, the logos, and where the mystic isn't so involved with the logos and the logic so much. They're more into the feeling. These two, and so the magic, the occultist, I think relates to the etheric, and the mystic relates to the astral. And so one can be moved one way or the other way with one's proclivities between these two poles. And both, I think, don't hold the answers. But I think within both, there are partial answers that can be obtained by bringing a synergy of the two principles, right? And so now we're talking about wisdom versus understanding. The occultist understands everything really well and has a logical solution. The mystic, not so embedded with understanding, has the wisdom to appreciate that there's a simpler solution. Though that wisdom on its own and the understanding on its own leads to a particular road, in my opinion. And that the synergy between the principle of wisdom and understanding is the true spirit of knowledge. And so the wisdom is very much a reflection of experience, is very much a reflection of an internal experience, where the understanding is based upon external implications being contemplated and relates to reflection, the element of water, right? The element of water, you're moving outside of yourself, it gets cooler. The further you move outside of yourself, it gets cooler and cooler until it becomes watery and it becomes reflected, reflective. I am reflecting. What are you doing? He's in a state of reflection. What does reflection lead to? It leads to contemplation. Okay. Contemplating the secrets of the universe, the occult. Good. What does the mystic do? The mystic goes in deeper, deeper, deeper. The deeper inside you go, the hotter it gets. You're going into the spirit of fire and reaching into this fire. The fire burns you. It's passion, it's warmth, it's emotion, where the occultist is cool, calm, reflective, contemplative. The mystic is meditative, going into a deeper state of sensitivity. That's what the mystic does. And so the mystic is going into the fire, the occultist is going out into the water, and this is related to the Ida and the Pingala, right? Shall we crank up that image? You guys know the image of the Ida and the Pingala, right? Gosh, there's so many images we could crank up. Well, to keep it simple, I can't have a conversation without bringing up one of my favorite images. And you know, there we go, the Ida and the Pingala. So we've got the 4, 5, and the 6, which is the 6 of harmony, the 4, the 5 sitting in the center. It doesn't get anywhere, it doesn't go anywhere, but it's consistently in movement, moving everything else around the poles. And then we have the 1, the 2, and the 3, and then we have the 7, the 8, and the 9. And the 7, the 8, and the 9 are quite an interesting concept. As an expressive and an impressive point of thinking. And the 1, the 2, and the 3 are related to that more subtle, right? More subtle internal process. The 1 is expressive and the 1 is impressive. But then you look at this story and you see that the 4, the 3, and the 9 makes something. And the 7, the 6, and the 1 makes something. And this gets quite interesting. So you've got the green pivot, you got the orange pivot, and then you got the pivot that moves towards the 5 from harmony, the 6, with the powers of the sun and the powers of the 7, which is the south node, and relates to, you know, ideas like Neptune, and the number 1, which has got to do with the life force and the materializing potential. And the 1 stands in opposition to the 9, which is Mars, which is the action that one takes, which sits on the 4, which is the north node, relates to Uranus, for example, planetary energy. And that is bringing the expansion principle of Jupiter, but towards action. And we can see how it's really interesting the way this goes. The expansion moves towards contraction, right? The expansion moves towards contraction. 3 moves towards 8. And 8 moves towards expression, 1. The expression moves towards 6, which is harmony. The harmony moves towards the inside, which is 7. That moves towards rebirth, which is 2. Rebirth moves towards action, which is 9. And 9 moves towards stability. That action is to restabilize the harmony. So you can see how this rotational field of energy is maintaining this structure. If you can see what I'm talking about here, it's quite subtle. And then you've got one more superstructure to consider, which is the 1, the 3, and the 8. The 1 being the solar, 3 being the Jupiter, 8 being Saturn. These are all very prominent and powerful forces. Then we've got the 7, the 2, and the 9. The 7 being introverted potential, the 2 being the emotional and the unconscious, as opposed to the pole of 8, which is perfected logic and knowledge. 4 being the seat of logic and knowledge, but in its perfected dynamic state, it's 8 because it can be used. 2 in balance to the 8. Empathy, which is 2. 8 is that cold, hard logic, which is Saturn. And then we've got that 9, which stands in opposition to number 1, which is quite interesting. 1 being pure expressiveness of energy, but they work as a set in the same way that 2 and 8 work as a set to bring 1, 10. And today being a very interesting day because it's like it's 1, 10, 1, 10, 1, 10. Can you see how the Saturn square is spelling out 1, 5 in the middle? You've got to add that 5 in, but that 5 is the midpoint between, 1 and 10. So you can see that superstructure of 8, 3, and 1 in opposition to the superstructure of 7, 2, and 9. 9 being the desire. And that desire being what can move towards the inner, making a triangle between 9, 7, and 2, which is going into our deep unconscious. In the same way that the expression of 1 can move towards the expansion principle of 3, Jupiter, and result in a contract between this expression and expansion. And that contract becomes the contraction of Saturn. So whichever way you look at it, you got these sets of polarities that are expressing like 4 different ways of looking at this polarity. And I think that's like quite important to recognize. This has got to do with the confluence of forces of the Ida and the Pingala, and the way that the Ida and the Pingala operate, which is your rising current and your falling current of your breath. And it's also, I think, like important to recognize when we're considering the Ida and the Pingala, getting back into context of mysticism and occultism, where the occultism is that cold, logical coolness, right? And the warm fire is that passion, energy. These two are sort of always in within us, operating. Even when we are, if we are expressing the coolness, then we are impressing the warmth. And that warmth within us will drive that coolness. The further we move from the heart, from the warmth, the harder that warmth will drive the coolness. The wheels of our mind will turn faster. The closer we go to the contemplation of the occult, it will move us back towards the warmth. So whichever path you walk towards, you will end up in the opposite side, right? So this is my point. Getting back to the context that we were talking about earlier, for example, somebody that comes from an indoctrinated, occult-based, theory-based logic, let's say the church, right, has been indoctrinated by the church. They then approach the occult. They end up acting out their emotional distortions by becoming hyper emotional in the way that they express themselves. Even though they think and seem logical on the outside, they are operating from a purely emotional perspective because they're not really thinking. And the opposite stands true to the mystic, who ends up going deep into the feelings and the emotional state. They end up becoming very coherent and logical. So, there's this conflict, and this is what the Saturn square is trying to point out to us. And I think it's quite important in context to understand the Idda and the Pingala, the rising force and the falling force, these two divine principles, which the best way to consider it is the breath. Did you notice what I uncovered with the Saturn square? That there are four constructions, right? There are four ways of looking at it. It's very important to recognize. Now, there are four stages of the breath, right? There's the in-breath, the holding, the releasing, the holding, the in-breath. So there are four stages. The breath is essentially fourfold, and the four elements are working through the breath. So the polarity of breath is expressing the set of four. And so this is important to recognize, like four, why I think the ancient Egyptians were so focused on the number four for the purposes of construction and understanding, the basic nature of the physical reality, is because this holds true in the cube. And the cube holds the four faces together, but it does so by having six directions. And when you have these six directions of the cube being bound, it then creates within itself a hyperstructure of an octagon. Now, octagons seem to be really fundamental because now we're talking about Saturn's potential. And within that Saturn's potential of the octagon, we're expressing the hexagram. And the hexagram holds the sacred mystery of the five within it. Because when we think of a hexagram, right? Have you ever built who of you have ever built a, what do you call that structure, that the dome? Geodome. Have any of you guys here ever assembled geodomes?
You mean like the Hobbit
In the chat.
structures, kind of?
They're the triangles everywhere. It's a geodome. It's like the most perfect structure that you can build. It's really interesting maths. But if you want to build, sorry,
I'm fascinated by them. I know that the one that was built at Epcot Center was designed by Buckminster Fuller, and I think his art was pretty amazing, and he was really inspirational to me. So I'd love to be involved in building a geodesic dome or Earthship someday.
When you build a geodome, right, you work with a hexagram and a pentagram. I don't know if you noticed that, if you've seen it, if you look at the construction of it. So it's hexagrams and pentagrams, right? And these pentagons and hexagons become the wheels of the structures that are bound by the hexagram and the pentagram. They bind the structure of a pentagon and a hexagon, right? And so you've got a I want to get this right. I think you have one hexagon surrounded by 6 pentagons. I hope I've got that right. Or if you got 5 hexagons surrounding one pentagon. My memory is a little bit slow on this, the math of it, but there is this relationship between the number 5 and 6 when you geometrically build it out. When you actually study a dome and put it together, when you assemble it, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
You go like, wow.
There's several different tessellations you can do, but the one you're talking about with the 5-sided and 6-sided, there's 5 triangles to create a 5-sided star. And then there's a 6-sided hexagon in between those pointed 5-sided stars that meet in the middle with 5 triangles. It's a beautiful design. And then there's other ones. There's ones you can make with just triangles that create a hexagon and a pentagon. So I think ultimately the triangles they always do create a hexagon and a pentagon. But there's other ones where you don't use the equilateral triangle and you use an isosceles triangle that's got a wide angle on the top, obtuse angle. And that's a beautiful pattern. It kind of takes on a pattern of like when you see those stars that are kind of divided in the middle and they paint them like a windmill kind of. It looks like that, but it's got a strange number of sides. It's hard to count. But they kind of arrange into like an eye form where there's like a diamond in the middle and then a bigger diamond around it going the perpendicular way. So it's interesting how many different tests there, but it's fascinating how it reverts back to that pentagon hexagram or pentagon and hexagon combination. But
the one with the pentagrams and the hexagon, right? That is the most.
Yeah.
The hexagon is the most stable structure that exists. That's why a castle, right, for defense purposes, would have 5 walls, because it's the strongest structure. You're not going to knock those walls down in a hurry. There's no other shape that has that stability. So if you want to build the strongest geodome that you can, the most resilient, that's going to last the longest and take the most amount of damage, then you're going to build it around the pentagram shapes, because that pentagon gives it the structure, and the hexagon gives it the dynamic harmony of beauty, right? So you're taking the pentagons, which is number 5, Mercury, and that powerful stabilizing influence is then being brought into harmony with the number 6 and is expressed through the number 6, because at the center of all of those pentagons there's that hexagon. So it's really such a beautiful thing to see. But like you said, there are other designs as well. I think that's the one that I've worked on, because they consider the strongest, most stable structure, and they're the simplest structure to build, because it's just equilateral triangles, and you put them together and they automatically facilitate the shapes that we're talking about, right? You don't have to think too hard. Equilateral, 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 and oh, look what I've built. I've built this. Equilateral, and then, oh, look what I've built. I've built that. It just built itself, sort of. So I think the knowledge of this idea is sort of what I'm sort of hinting at here, in the way that that relationship between 5 and 6 insulate each other, right? 6 insulates 5 from being too what's the word? Too invasive, because the moment you put those 5s around a 6, it starts to become beautiful. That's why those geodomes are so beautiful to look at. And when you're inside them, you feel the sense of harmony. The energy in those geodomes is incredible. The feng shui of it. Oh my gosh, I can't even begin to tell you about the feng shui of being inside a geodome. Yeah.
Cool.
The energy just flows. There's nothing to stop the energy flow. It's like being outside. It's literally like being outside in terms of prana. So like we used to build geodomes for doing healing work inside geodomes, you know, that's what they're really good for. Yeah, man. I think that notion of breathing in and breathing out, both these processes, I think we have to breathe in and we breathe out. We do need mystics and we do need occultists. That's a question to you guys. Do you think that, you know, what would happen to the world if we didn't have occultists and mystics?
I think it's an important question to ask is, you know, where would we be if it wasn't for those people that have helped guide us to a higher path, you know? And where would we be if it wasn't for those people that have shown us that lower path and pushed us away from taking it? I think they say that the wise will learn from the mistakes of others. And I think in a lot of ways, the contrast is what allows us to have free choice and what allows us to have understanding. If things are all the same, it's kind of really hard to really take a stance on it or become aware. But through seeing the differences amongst people, where some are doing better than us, some are doing worse, according to our values, we can move ourselves away from the mistaken paths that we see, and we can move ourselves towards the inspiring paths that we find. And I think that the shaman takes on the responsibility of compassion and self to others, because the shaman has been able to heal him or herself, and so has been given that responsibility and obligation to renew that understanding that they have from healing themselves through healing others, and maintain that or the gratitude for it by seeing what good it can do for other people as well. Then they can become grateful for what changes have gone on within themselves. I feel like that's a process in which it's not an obligation. It's a choice to be able to serve others, to help them, because it's almost as if you're like the apostle of Mother Nature. You are the chosen one that was able to find the tools that other people need, that other people just don't have. So the people that are able to find those tools usually are people that would probably go into deep solitude in nature and try to find deeper inner understanding and contemplate these things and become willing to receive guidance and wisdom from the elders, from the ancestors, from the spirits of nature, from the other shamanic animals around that and their messages. I think those individuals are able to see things in a deeper way. They might not just see things as like the recognized species of tree or animal that it is, but see it as its own individual in itself, having its own particular charisma about it. And so they'll see the spirit of things more. And I think a shaman will also look past uh, what other people might look upon an animal or another person with disdain. They look past those judgments, and those people or animal will feel more comfortable around them, that they can be trusted and they'll be let them into their inner space because they don't feel judged or that they're in opposition. So I think that a shaman will come into a place where they're in integration and they're past the denial of the separation, and they're able to see and feel the connections. And there's a big connection through the heart space where they're able to take the hurt and the pain and the suffering of others and transform it either through grounding that into the earth and then retrieving it back, or through transmuting it in the heart space themselves, because they've been able to master that process themselves. They're able to help others transmute their energies. And I think that's a powerful thing that we all have the capacity for, but not many people have the experience or the drive towards being able to practice and master that. Also, we have like the mystic. The mystic seems like in a similar path, but more on a course of solitude for self mastery and understanding, which does translate to inspire others when they see another that has good self mastery and self knowledge. Will inspire others to have that and take that course as well. So, in a way, it does serve others by inspiring them to take their own course of self mastery as well. And then we have the spiritualism, where we have people that have a similar inner path and they want to find a community in which they can find resonating people with that can share those principles and those ideals with. So it's like the kind of the trifecta of spirituality. In China, they have Buddhism, which regards understanding of the afterlife and mystical aspects, like it's getting away from becoming overly attached to things. And then they have the Confucian aspect of social propriety, which clothing is appropriate for certain meetings at certain places and such, and how to use certain language and be proper in speech. There's that aspect of the spiritual aspect where it's about social integration and conformity and individuation. And then there's also the Taoist aspect, which is the most mystical aspect of it in all, where they embrace that there's a mysterious source of things and that nature is inspiring to us because it's beyond our comprehension and understanding, but that we can become like nature and like water in the sense of become giving and become effortless, become willing to go to places where others would disdain and take low places and go to those places with kindness and compassion. So I think in the Taoist aspect, it's really about trying to reflect the magnanimity of nature and trying to take upon the powers of the unseen source within to embody the principles of nature that we see giving us divine order. So there's like a trifecta there, in the sense where Taoism is mystical in the sense of being here now, but Buddhism is the sense of where do we go later. And then Confucianism is more of a sense of how can we operate in our society to communicate these thoughts and stuff.
Lovely breakdown, brother. Beautiful. And I think it's like it's it's really an interesting concept. So that Bud. So now we're talking about Bud, and I think it's important, like you mentioned, Buddhism. Bud is the word Bud means Mercury. So yeah, Tomry, I'm always up for a giggle. The idea of the planet Bud means Mercury. So like just when I thought I was done with it, I was like, nope, not done with it yet, sir. Not done with it at all. We just about started. We're back here again, right? So at the center of this jolly little image, right? The center of this two structures, right? And these two structures, right? And this structure and this structure, right, is that point, which is 4. I mean, which is 5. Why I say 4? We can see the block here, yeah, of the cube. This is the cube unfolded. This is the enneagram, and the enneagram is forming this structure, right? And so when we look at the way that this is showing us that number 5 is at the heart of everything. Everything adds up to 10, whichever way you go, right? 6, 4, 8, 2, 7, 3, 9, 1 adds up to 10, right? Whichever way you want to do it. At the heart of it is 5. And even if you try and step outside of the center and you go 4 plus 9 plus 2, you're still adding up to 15. You still got your 10 with that secret 5, even though you're not near the 5. The 5 is present everywhere. Now, the planet 5 is Mercury. Mercury is called Bud. That's the name of Mercury in Shastra. That's where the word Buddha comes from. It comes from the root of the word Mercury. And so you got Buddhi. Buddhi is a higher mental faculty, if we can call it that, right? That's the engine of supermental cognition. And when that Buddhi, which is right mind, right thinking in your sanity, let's use the word Buddhi to represent sanity of mind. I think it's probably a close English approximation. But when we go to Buddha, now we've got the totally transcendent, purified and perfected version of Buddhi, which is the planet Mercury in its most refined station and way. So this is an interesting way to understand. And here we go. The center of our Saturn square, 5, 5, 5. You just can't get away. Here's an interesting thing. Why do we think that every Hollywood phone number started with 555 in the old days? Do you remember that? 555, 555, 555. Because 5 plus 5 plus 5 equals 15, which is the same as. Sorry?
That comes to 6. The 555 is like angel numbers as opposed to the number 666 of the beast. Although 555 does turn to 6, which is strange.
Well, it does. Right. This is what we were talking about with the geodome, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Comes back to 6. All those 5s around the 6, the harmony. It's the structure of the universe. So this is why the hexagon is so fundamental in understanding the occult. That's why the witches hex you. The mystics, very interested in the number 5. Yeah. Buddhism, mysticism, right? Shivaism, mysticism. Shiva's the number 5. It's about dissolving, right? Because the structure is so grounded, it can. So 5 plus 5 plus 5. Yes.
But what about this? 666 becomes 18, which becomes 9. So 555 and 666 becomes 69. So that's pretty interesting right there. We got the 3, 6, and 9.
Very interesting. Give me one. Sorry, just give me 1 second, but please continue. I'll be back now.
So basically, when we triple the 6 and we add the digits in gematria, it becomes flipped as the 9. It's always been interesting to me that the 6 is the upside down 9 and vice versa. But the fact that the 5 becomes the 6 when we triple the 5 in gematria is quite interesting to me, because I've always held that the 555, 555 soul, angel number of the angels was like a sacred number in the sense that it was pure, and aspect of 5 is an aspect of transformation. And but it's interesting how 555 becomes 6, which is a hex. And so it makes me wonder, can angels become demons or what have you? Because interestingly, there was only 2 cases of a human becoming an angel, with Enoch and Ezekiel. Enoch also being known in Islam as Idris Nabiullah. So the story of Idris is a very interesting story. I had a past life experience through a quantum hypnosis a few months ago. And at the time, I was kind of baffled by the experience. But as I've learned more about Idris Nabiullah, he was considered to be the third prophet. Sometimes, although there's not a clear understanding, and is associated with Enoch. They said that he died at 82, whereas in the Hebrew literature, Enoch is said to have died at 365. So I found it interesting that Idris would wear green robes rather, and in my vision, in my hypnosis, I was wearing green robes as well. But 82 is my birth year, so that was pretty interesting to see. What do you think?
That's gaslighting. You're gaslighting yourself. And
Cosmic,
what's up?
what are you talking about? What are you saying?
Oh,
Who's
I
gaslighting
forgot
you?
I had my mic. I had my mic turned on. I thought it was turned off. I wasn't actually saying anything. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I was just curious. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, the connection there. But I forgot where I was going with it. But he did develop his own alphabet, Enochian. I think you might be muted, Franklin.
Can you not hear me now? Ah.
I guess Franklin is going to be coming back in. He's working on his audio. So, as far as Enoch and Idris, I was trying to come to a point on that, and I don't remember where I was trying to get to with it. But one of the interesting things is that, the transformation of a human to an angel. I think it's quite interesting how in a lot of these religions that there's not really any new prophets. There's not new material. There's not this. We're always tapping back on this age-old, millennials old doctrines, so to speak, that were said comes from the times of 2,000 years ago. But it turns out a lot of these doctrines weren't formulated until hundreds of years after the events. And so they had misrepresentations of what was happening during those times. One of the things that really strikes to me as at odds with historical background is that the crucifix was actually an X at the time of Christ, and the standing up cross didn't come until later. So the idea to me that they represent their religion by the sacrifice of a human being or the execution of a human being It's very, very morbid to me. And if you look back at Abraham, who was not said to have received the Torah, but was given the midrash, not the midrash, he was given the what's the word? He was given the basically some of the holidays, of various holidays that they have, for like fasting and things and of the sort. No, it's something that in the Hebrew religion they do have information that came later after those times that's added into as an explanation of the Torah. But interestingly, in Christianity, where there was older information, they've taken out many of the other books that provided more insight to the biblical narrative in the Bible books that are involved in it. So the Ethiopian Bible has not taken those out. Thankfully, we were able to see the full canon of Christianity in Ethiopia still maintained to this day. But it's very interesting. I feel like behind the white pope, we have the black pope, and there's like a lunar aspect and a Saturnian aspect of worship in the Judaic religion and their doctrines and their canon. So it's pretty strange how they portray themselves as kind of sun worshiping, but then we have like the black sun, which was kind of edited out of the Bible when they changed all the names of the sun to Helios. So that was probably before King James, back before when they were translating it in Latin. And there's a lot of hidden aspects there, but I feel like there's so much more involved in our world that is kind of put on the table for the collective in the mainstream as to like what's real and what's imaginary or delusional or insane. And I feel like spirits of the unseen, like ancestors and guardian angels, and then the other side, like you've got your ghosts and phantoms and poltergeists and things. These things in our world have really not been allowed to be understood collectively as something recognizable that's a tangible thing or a concrete thing. They've kind of been obfuscated as just kind of things that crazy people see. But I really feel like we all have deeper capacity to be in touch with more unseen things than just spirits alone. There's also the chi, or the vital energy that comes from the cosmos or from the sun. There's many things that mystical and shamanic people are able to tap into and to receive energies from and guidance from that aren't well understood. And I think it'd be really amazing to come to a better understanding in the Western world of these things, because we're severely lacking in the technological westernized world. It's severely lacking of spiritual understanding of the unseen components of the human body and being and aspects of the soul and the mind. So I feel like there's a lot of room for growth there in the Western world. We have developed so much rational understanding, but there's so many things that defy reason, that are beyond reason, that we could understand more with paradoxical nominalism than we could with absolutist rationalism. So I think it'd be good for us to start to develop instrumentation to be able to see these energetic components, which we've overlooked in our materialistic worldview for hundreds of years. We're starting to come to an understanding that there's a lot more to it than we can see, and we can start to look into those things that are unseen now. And they've done a lot with, physicists that have gone in to look at particles have really just come to a similar understanding to ancient philosophers, that the deeper you look into things, the more questions arise. And so it really kind of pushes us back to an understanding of the ancient understandings of Hermetic principles, that mind comes before matter, and that mind is more of a causal aspect, whereas the body is kind of a effect of the mind. And so when we look at our human behavior, like what does it take to change our body? You have to have change of your heart and mind to be able to go into take upon new lifestyle and exercises. And so through the mind, we can transform the body. And by that, we should understand that mind is primary and that body is just a secondary aspect of it.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, Cosmic, were you going to say something, brother? I'm just jumping in.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, I take it that was a no, just in case, because I've just jumped in. That's Indigo. Sorry. I gave her a flea pill, and she's still scratching. Oh yeah, and this is a very strong medicine. You can't give them to them again. No more than one in a month. It can be, poisonous. But yeah, I think that's. I heard from what I heard of what you were saying was really beautiful, Indy. Because it's really sort of it's really quite fundamental to grasping the concept. What is going on here with all of this studio chat? Like, where's the chat? Oh, there it is. Public chat. Okay. Sorry, I was in the studio chat. I was like, what's going on in the chats? The science, the seance, right? Because we're living in a world of seance. And our scientists are sitting with their hands over the crystal ball being, matter is God. Yeah. Our Aramic principles and Aramic conceptions. Was that little Henry bugger taking a run at my door? Oh, gosh, that little dog is... General Shinobi's device not accessible? So General Shinobi's on his way in, or trying to get in. Just give me
landscape.
Carry on, brother. I'm just gonna let the dog in.
Yeah, he might have to put his phone into landscape mode so that he gets accepted in. I know that if you stand your phone up straight and you're using your phone, it can create technical issues sometimes. I know they've had that issue with Sarah Lath, but I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. Just guessing. But hopefully Shinobi will be with us momentarily. But yeah, interestingly, I feel like there's a lot of power to looking towards the unseen, and I always wonder. Oh, here he is. Welcome, General Shinobi. General Shinobi is an adept astrologer and researcher and mystic. Welcome, Shinobi. We're gonna pass the mic to you to introduce yourself here.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I just had a little break, had dinner, put the kids to bed. So, yeah, I know you guys might be heading off soon, but I thought I'd just pop back and rejoin the conversation. I've managed to listen to like the last 10 minutes. So, yeah, I'll let you guys carry on because I'm not going to jump in just yet. Because I think I'm about 10 minutes behind where you are now, if that makes sense. So I'll just catch up a little bit, see where you guys are at in the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I've always found that like when I maybe like pray to like a higher being or ask for assistance from a guardian angel, I feel like there's a higher energy capacity that comes from being able to reach out and ask for help. Whether that spirit's really there listening and coming to my aid, or whether there's like a deeper side of me that can kind of embody like spiritual work outside of what we typically consider to be like the doings of life, like with our bare hands, like the things we touch. Whereas maybe in our minds, we have the capacity to make other things unfold beyond the things that we do per se, like with our bodies, with our with our actions. Our minds might be able to take on their own kind of influence on the world around us subconsciously. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, I think that gods or archetypes are very powerful energies that we can allow to flow through us, if that makes sense. I just view gods as guardians of dimensions, and people say there's like 11 or whatever. Maybe there's infinite dimensions. Dimensions are just always in our minds, you know, in the all is mind, and there's infinite doorways, infinite possibilities. And you have the fourth dimension, which is time, which would be, I say, Saturn, got the boundaries in time and stuff. So if you sort of work with Saturn, or like you know, be it Kairos or Kronos or whatever, it's just like you can kind you're opening up yourself to that channel, I guess. And I think that to the whole like monotheistic thing of there's one god, there's who's always further, it's the Father, it's not now, it's not here, it's not, we're not a part of it. They've separated this guide or god from us and made it further away, and then the priest class wedged themselves in between, like they're doing now with AI, and the technocrats being the kind of wedge between us and this kind of information which is out there, I guess. That I think that, yeah, gods are just powerful energies. Like I don't really think of them as being like real in the sense of physical, like matter. For me, it doesn't even matter if they did exist, like gods in myths, like well, goddesses like Hecate or Anubis. They're just energies that we can tap into, and they can help guide our perception of reality, of what is real.
Yeah, that's well said. I feel like personally, I changed my prayer from a prayer to the Father to a prayer to the Mother, and I felt a huge difference in the prayer to the Mother. That was just kind of immediate, sense of peace and tranquility kind of overwhelming me. And whereas I feel like the push towards the further of like working towards the Father for help, like I feel like that to me has been most effective when I pray for others, regardless of whether probably to the Father or Mother. But I feel like prayer for others is received by something outside of ourselves that seems to bring guidance and aid to that person who others are praying for, more so than it would come to somebody who's praying for themselves. And I really have felt the power of that before. I feel like maybe being in connection with Mother Earth, like being able to be grounded and connected to the earth without like a rubber-soled shoe touching the floor, or sitting on like, you know, synthetic fabrics or something that's disconnecting us. I feel like being able to touch the earth when we pray to Mother Earth, and to be able to maybe be in the sun when we pray to the Heavenly Father, could also make a big difference as well. And I think just putting yourself in like some kind of sacred environment in a ritualistic way also has a big impact on the seriousness of it, the impact that it can make.
Yeah, I think like meditating or mediating, I kind of view them both as one and the same, because I don't meditate. I'm gonna try and start doing it this year, because I need to be a bit more grounded. I need to slow down my thoughts, because I have so much like waves of stuff coming in, and it's like sometimes it's like trying to contain chaos and it's like it's difficult to express what's going on in my head because there's so much water. I need to try. I've got a lot better, but to trying to get it in a cup so I can show people, be like, oh yeah, here, drink this, rather than like splashing water everywhere and no one knows what I'm talking about. So yeah, what I do though is, or have been doing for the past couple of years, is mediating. So just like staying in the center. And when I'm listening to a podcast or people having conversations while my body's moving, while I'm working, I can absorb the information, because I always try to stay in the center. I sometimes have conversations with myself, like in my brain. So I can kind of sometimes like dissect the information. I don't just hear it. I kind of like dissect it in multiple ways, whether it's a bit of like viewing it as like symbolic, and like what does that symbol mean, what does it represent. Like there's so many layers that I go through, but I always stay in the center. I don't go, this is good information, that's bad information. Just kind of let it circle around me. And I've come up with quite a powerful vortex system for my perception of reality, because we have information that we sometimes receive and it can be quite heavy. So we have to come up with systems to kind of lighten the load. Otherwise, like, we take on so much that's out there, that's going on all around us, that it can, you go through a process. And I think that might be what the dark night of the soul is. Maybe it can be many different ways for different people. But I guess that's the journey inwards, as we start going inwards. And is it the black sun? Because I might be wrong here, because I hear lots of these concepts and stuff. But is it the black sun? Is that our core? Is that our soul? Like the unshakable, like this farthest inwards you go, our core. That's the part of us that can't be shaken by anything external. That's when you go beyond fear, like the fear of death, the fear of, like, false information and stuff. Like when you connect with your core, I think I've heard somebody call it that the black sun, and I don't know, I haven't looked too much into that, but I mean, when you connect to your core, when you go inwards, you expand outwards. It's quite difficult to put into words, but when you do make that journey inwards, my journey has been via learning mythology, symbology, etymology, all the G's, to connect with my inner guide. But then that's helped me tune into stuff outside of me as well, if that makes sense. It's quite a kind of paradox. You've got to go inwards to go outwards, if that makes sense.
Yeah, to answer your question, I feel like the black sun is more associated with the reptilian brain, but the black sun is typically associated with Saturn, and so it's more corporeal, like associated with the bones and the teeth and the flesh, and like contracts and stuff. So I think there's a lot involved there with like the nourishing the body, making sure that you like eat well, and like also like have like sacred practices to like balance things out within is a part of that as well. But I think the inner soul is more associated with like there's the Ida and Pingala and the Sushumna and the Kundalini. So it's like serpent energy that goes back and forth between like the moon of like Shakti energy in the Muladhara root chakra, climbing up to the sun energy of the father, up in the violet chakra, and then you don't want the Kundalini energy to cycle back, I don't think, from there. But if you do, then you can have issues of being a little too eccentric and overly mystical and stuff. And I think I might have done that myself a little bit. Just kind of makes it out there.
I don't think people are fully understanding the concept of the black sun as being symbolic of the core. I would say that Like we were showing this image here. Just keep needing to bring it back because it's just such a beautiful picture. Do you need an excuse to look at a beautiful picture? A picture that says like 1,000 million things. I don't know whether I need an excuse. I'm going to contemplate that. But here we see that this polarity, right? This dynamic polarity that I'm always going on and on about, symbolized by the four. So we've got, two sets of poles here, right? And so we're talking about the four when we're talking about this, essentially, which is really the 8, right? Which is really Saturn square, which is these 4 sets subset in are really the enneagram. It's really the 9, and it really encompasses the number 6 as everything adds up to 15 to 6, as we were talking about earlier. And it holds the mystic notion of the number 5 at the heart, that everything is revolving around the number 5, right? And the number 5 being so heavily bound in it, it has 4 sets of poles, right? So it's very much the substandard literature of knowledge, and it represents 3 principles, right? So it's got the number 3 in there, right? The Ida, the Pingala, and the Shashumna. And it also represents the fundamental polarity of yang and yin, right? The orange and the green, the extrapetal, and that word sounds wrong. Extrapetal, is that? Am I saying the wrong word here? Extrapetal? No. The forces of convergence that express and impress, right? Like if you think of a merry-go-round, you got the outward bound spiral of a phi spiral, and that phi spiral is also an inward bound spiral. And so you've got being expressed, but it's also a fundamentally unified structure, because if you look at this, right, take all these different principles. So you've got the 9 in there, the 8 in there, the 6 in there, the 5 in there, the 4 in there, right? You got the 3 in there, you got the 2 in there, you got the 1 in there. Where's the 1? Well, the 1 represents, if you look at it carefully, the sigil. There's one sigil. All of these different principles come together in a single sigil. And if you look at what that sigil represents, it represents the side of a cube that is connected to other cubes. It's the interesting concept. And it's these convergenal forces which shows you contract, right? 2 arrows pointing towards a square that holds the 2 triangles of balance and polarity that represents a contract. That's what the sigil says. I don't know if you guys can see it. To me, it just seems like that's what it is. So here we've got 1 arrow. I hope you can see my mouse. You've got an arrow coming towards a central point. Here you've got an arrow coming towards you. You've got 2 different forces, and they are contracting. The contract is these 2 expansive horizons that collapse into this line of convergence between the 2, representing a contract that is of 3 dimensions: 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions. And here is the contract of 1 dimension and 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions. And these 2 3-dimensional contracts are converging on this line. And this line is the point of collapse between these 2 expressive forces, which are the centripetal and what's the opposite of extrapetal? The centripetal. Extrapetal and centripetal forces coming into alignment. So this is really a contract between this and this. And if you look at this, this is the side of a cube, right? The corner of a cube. And this is the corner of a cube, 3-dimensionally. And these 2 corners of these cubes are meeting with this collapsed line here, which is holding this sign here. And if we look at this sign, this is a very interesting sign, right? Because it's the two becoming one, right? This is half of this length, and this is half of this length, right? So we're talking about an N, the letter N, which is the number for change, that has been broken, right? And half of each has been put on either side, if you want to consider it as a letter. So transformation and change has been arrested, and it is sort of stuck within these two extremes of the centripetal and convergent forces of centripetal and extripetal forces that are represented here with the yellow or the orange and the green collapsing into the event horizon, which is represented by the tree or the totem or the the center of the universe, if you will, or the center of things, which is essentially that central pivot around where everything moves, which is number 5, which is the point of rest that is containing all movement. And so where's the number 7? Right? The odd monkey out, number 7. Isn't that interesting? So we've got all the numbers contained here except for the number 7. And sometimes what is not present speaks more about what is. So the number 7, that is the gateway towards the transcendence, right? That's the transcendence. And that is where we have come from. So 7 represents, obviously, Neptune, represents the south, the tail of the dragon, represents the south node, which, if we consider that in terms of cosmic alignment, is our past. It's our past lives. It's where we were before we incarnated. And that is where we've come from. And that is outside of the structure. So the structure that contains the black sun and the sun, you could think of these two, the green and the orange, as being the sun and the black sun. And they represent Ida and Pingala in a sense. This is the way I've understood it. I think, though, that like context can get lost because the black sun represents Saturn, essentially, right? Effectively, on many levels, the black sun is very much related to Saturn, and Saturn is an agent of contraction that leads to a sense of stability in order for one to be able to transcend, but it also locks you in. It's that 7, that number 7, that is not part of this party. It's the one number that doesn't have a seat at the table. Everybody else has got a seat at the table. 7, where's 7? 7's hidden. And 7's hidden within you. It's outside of this whole paradigm, if that makes sense. And this paradigm is constructed of all of these other different. So this is why I believe we celebrate the number 7 as being, the number of transcendence. And even though number 6 is the agent of transcendence, beauty, harmony, Venus being the gateway to the mysteries, though Venus has had associations with 7 and has had associations with 5. So Venus has got a very interesting perspective, like in some ancient times you'll see associated with hexagram as well. And I think that's the Sumerians. Check me if I believe so. So I think like that maybe is like, the black sun represents the how would I put it? The I wouldn't say necessarily antimatter, but I would say that maybe the black sun. And what happened to cosmic? Did cosmic go and have a sandwich or something? Or did he say goodbye? I just noticed, like, where's cosmic? But so the number 7 represents the fundamental structure, right, of the divine beyond this realm that is replicating itself here through the actions of Yaldabaoth, doing what Yaldabaoth thinks is Yaldabaoth's own bidding, but Yaldabaoth is only following the blueprint that Yaldabaoth is printed upon, if that makes sense, which happens to be of the divine plane, which is like a transcendent place beyond here. And so we aren't really here, in a sense. Even though we are, on some level, we aren't really here. Some part of us is outside of this paradigm. And this
Cosmic
paradigm has
isn't
got...
really here anymore.
Yeah, that's what
The
I
amazing
noticed. That's what
Yeah, yeah. I've always thought that like this is we're like with this we're avatars for something else outside of this. Obviously, I'm not the first person to come up with that concept that many people have, but I do think it's a very intriguing one. That like these are kind of just like we're condensed into matter. You know, where our form, our potential is constricted so that we can perceive reality at a slower pace, potentially. And that's where Saturn comes into it, the boundaries. And just so we're able to experience things at a much slower pace, I reckon.
I think that's very interesting. And I think that, so in Vedic cosmology, they speak about Pingala, right? Being expression here of the pranic force. And they speak about Ida being not expressed here. So the Ida then represents the astral. Yeah. Where the Pingala represents the etheric. And the etheric is manifest here. I think that in different times, the system can invert itself. I mean, this is just a musing that I've had based upon ideas that I've sort of come across and I've contemplated. So who knows? But with the cycle of the yugas, where the wheel turns and the universe is created and destroyed, and each time it's an inversion of what it used to be. So when this universe is destroyed in its yuga and becomes a reborn universe, the sun will be feminine, the moon will be masculine, Saturn will be a female, right? The sexes will reverse. And there was a time in the past when the sun was a female, when the moon was a male, where Saturn was a female, right? And now we see the masculine, and I think the masculine and the feminine reverts. And so the feminine side of the sun is the black sun, in a sense, but it's not here, it's unmanifest. But then when this collapses to become unmanifest, something else will expand to become manifest, and it will be the polar opposite of this, but exactly the same, but not. I hope that makes sense.
And I can certainly see Saturn being a feminine energy as well. Even now, and by that I just mean more of a watery energy, rather than I mean, if you look at the Greeks, are two words for time: chronos, which is linear time, and kairos. Kairos is more of a mercurial figure. It's the north pole of Saturn has a hexagram, which is what structured or easy or four-phase water looks like. The water that can kind of move beyond time and space. Like water does that. Water can move through solid objects, and it defies time and space. And I think that is a potential of Saturn, which I I always say it's the North Pole because you have magnetic north and it's a hexagram, whereas the South Pole is more of the, you can view it as the eye. It's seen in the South Pole as an eye. So that's more of the observer, the more of the kind of quantitative, linear. I view the South as the more masculine and the North of the feminine. But with boundaries, water always seems to be a boundary. Like we have water that goes around our cells. Our cells are coated by water. Our DNA is in water. There's the firmament, which seems to be water. It seems that water works as a boundary, and I think only light seems to get through water. Only light seems to go through, like our DNA is light that goes through water. Obviously you have the firmament, and like I think only light can go through that potentially. This is just my understanding so far, that matter can't, only light can. So I do kind of view Saturn as kind of like now just a more feminine energy, more of a malleable, more of a flow energy, rather than more kind of order and kind of, you know, I don't know. I don't really view Saturn. I guess it can be both. It's the same with the moon, I guess, and the same with the sun. Now I can see them, that being the potential is there. Yeah.
You say light's anything that moves through water, and isn't it almost funny and ironic that light is an agent of fire? Light is fire's agency. So what a concept.
Yeah.
The only thing that can move through water is really fire's agent. So what's the only thing that can move through fire? Does that have to be water's agency? And what is water's agency? Because water and fire, what do they both do? They both breathe. Right? Water, when it moves, it breathes. You know this, yeah? Did you know that moving water breathes?
I didn't know that, but it makes sense that this air is kind of air created. Yeah.
Well, when water moves, oxygen moves through it. So if you want to, like, let's say you take a bucket of water, right? And you leave it stagnant, the oxygen gets depleted. And when the oxygen gets depleted, it becomes acidic. And the acidity is because it's got 10 times. So if we were to drop one number in the scale of acidity, right, from the periodic table, the scale, ions, if we were to drop one number, one bar, it has to have a scale of 10. So let's say the water is pH 7, hypothetically, and it becomes stagnant. It will drop from pH 7 to pH 6 after a period of time. That means it will have 10 times more positive hydrogen ions active in the water, because the oxygen removes the positive hydrogen ions when the water breathes. Then when you let the water breathe, you take a stagnant water and you take a paddle and you break the surface of the water with a paddle. You're forcing the water to breathe, and you can start to, if you do it for a while, get the positive hydrogen ions to leave the water, bringing the balance back with the necessary negative hydrogen ions that are necessary for aerobic life. And the aerobic life is then able to propagate within the water, which is the natural microbial system. Because when the water becomes stagnant, those positive hydrogen ions feed the anaerobic life. Yeah. And the anaerobic life is, well, it's destructive towards aerobic life forms. We are aerobic life forms, so we want positive aerobic things. That's what we call our positive gut flora, right? But we also need a certain amount of anaerobic within our bodies. But the balance is really fundamental, and we need much more of the positive aerobic microbes to maintain that delicate balance. Like there's an exponential scale. So water literally breathes when you move it. And fire can only exist while it's breathing. How's that? So fire is plasma manifesting into matter. But in order for fire to exist, it has to be breathing. The moment fire stops breathing, it doesn't just lose ions, the hydrogen positive, it loses all of its ions. So fire is indiscriminate when it comes to ions, what it will lose. Water is quite particular about which ions it's going to lose. It's only going to lose those positive ions, where fire will throw all ions out the window and stop existing altogether and go back into its pre-plasma form as an element. So fire holds this powerful mystic, both elements coming in, both elements coming out notion. And so fire needs to breathe in order to exist. So water should breathe to generate life. Fire needs to breathe in order to exist. We are beings of fire. When we stop breathing, our consciousness leaves our body. So our consciousness is an embodiment of the fire principle coming in. But that consciousness, in order to operate the body, needs to have a water element, which is our cool, logical, mental potential to common sense, our sensibilities. So it's quite interesting when we consider how these elemental states work. Like, it's quite mind-blowing when you think about it, right? But yeah, the only thing that can travel through water is fire, which is ironic because they hate each other. It's like a marriage in hell, but it works well.
I also want to point out that Saturn also has 7 female moons. 7 female moons. So there's Rhea, Dione, Tethys, Phoebe, Calypso, and Telesto, and Helene. So those are female moons of Saturn. And of course, Saturn has a lot of moons, but of the hundreds of moons that Saturn has, or how many there are, there's only so many that have an actual name of a goddess or god or such. So it's a pretty significant number, having 7 moons named after goddesses and nymphs.
That's so interesting you said that, Indy, because I found out recently that Pluto has 5 moons, and one of them is called Charon, the one which takes the deceased across the river Styx, when they pass on in that myth. In the underworld is Pluto. There's one of them's called Charon, one of them's called Nyx, one of them's called Styx. You go through the river Styx with Charon. So the reason I'm mentioning this is perhaps to get to these planets or these planes, we go via the moons. So to connect with Saturn, we have to go via these feminine archetypes or muses or whatever. I don't know anything about them, but with Pluto it makes sense, because if you follow the myths, it's like Charon is the one that carries the deceased, he's the ferryman, and then Nyx is to do with primordial darkness, it's the mother of all things. Could there be a relation to Mat there? Maybe, not sure. There's Styx, there's Kerberos or Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, and then there's Hydra. It seems that perhaps navigating the underworld, we pass through these moons, and maybe to connect to these planes of understanding, which are the planets, that we have to go via the moons. So to connect to Saturn, we've got to, I guess, connect with flow time, maybe. Who knows? But it's interesting that it's got 7 moons and they're all feminine. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, we have Rhea is like the second largest moon. And so she's the Greek titaness of fertility and motherhood. She was a titan, one of the female titans. And then we have Dion, another titaness, the mother of Aphrodite. And then 2 other goddesses, and then 3 nymphs. Oh no, Tethys was a titaness of light and water. And Phoebe was a titaness of the moon. And so that's interesting. So there's 5 titanesses and 3 nymphs.
Interesting.
Yeah, the
definitely
nymphs.
food for thought.
Calypso, Telesto, and Helene being the three nymphs.
Well, brothers, it's been an absolute pleasure. If there's any last ideas you guys want to throw on the table, we've managed to clock over the 4-hour mark, even though we started earlier and we did more. We had to do the 4 hours due diligence because, well, I think this is like quite a big topic. And we'll probably have to revisit angles or aspects of this discussion at later stages because it's so deep and it's so embedded. These moons are probably something for us to look at, to discuss. Today was, of course, a number 111111. It was also a number, psychic number 10, right? So psychic number 10. And it was also the 10th of the 1st, which is an 11, right? And the 20th century and the 26th year, which is 46 plus 11, right? Which is 57. The 5 and the 7, which together is the 12, which brings us back to the 3, which is what we were talking about. 111 is the 3. So there's different ways of coding these numbers. So we were also a 57 or a 12, but at the same time, a 111. What a interesting day, how these numbers align, these different ways of processing this energy for the day. So it makes sense that we would be looking at this profound polarity that brings about the Trinity that causes the Mazloth, the macrocosm, to come into being. So if you guys have any last ideas to throw on the table, now's the time.
So my last thoughts are for people to go and look at the Algiz rune, Algiz. It's like looks like a person doing this, because that's something I've been looking into recently. I'm actually going to start a group in my local town here called, been thinking of names for this group I want to start, and I think the third temple, I like the third temple, like kind of the third pillar, because we've got one temple here, and I think that, we've been talking about 3, that's been coming up a lot, and that's been really important for me as well to understand things like the Ka, the Bard, the Ark, the Ida, the Pingala, and I can't remember the other one, but this 3 seems to come up a lot, and it really helps me make sense. And the Algiz rune, it's a rune from Yes, Norse rune. It symbolizes protection, defense, connection to the divine, and spiritual awakening. It can also bridge the gap between the human world and the divine, symbolizing a link to higher consciousness, heightened awareness, spiritual vigilance, and the importance of trusting one's instincts. So yeah, that's the rune. It's the peace sign seems to have been an inversion of that rune. Maybe there were reasons for that which weren't nefarious. Maybe there were, but this symbol reminds me of Hecate as well. So I really like this. I really like this symbol here, because I just love the three pillars. The one this side, one that side, and the central point. Also bridging awareness of the spiritual realms, but bringing it here into matter. That's really my my life path. I've realized is to kind of hone into these abstract and ancient concepts and cosmologies and stuff, all the stuff that you guys talk about on here, and kind of like help it make sense for other people. So this is why I'm going to start a group in my local town. I'm doing a talk here on the 20th, and then yeah, hopefully going to start a group where we can talk in person about the stuff that we talk about here. But everyone's at different levels of understanding, so I'm really looking forward to seeing where people are at with things and try and help people make sense of reality and themselves and what's going on. Yeah, but yeah, big love to everyone in the chat, and Indie, Bush Whisperer, and Cosmic, if you're listening. Much love and respect to you all.
Cool. Thank you, General Shinobi. Yeah, as my last word, I wanted to mention in reference to the reptilian brain that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about whether the black sun could be something within. The reptilian brain is a reference to the amygdala, which is like the fear center of the brain, which is in connection with the reticular formation in the brainstem, and the corticoadrenal axis. So that's kind of like the reptilian brain of like the primitive aspect of like the reptile as like the brain developed. That was the primitive aspect of the brain from which the hippocampus developed and the prefrontal cortex that enabled us to have higher capacity of cerebral functioning and things. But those particular things are interesting because the reticular formation in particular, it actually has been found to be a place where self-limiting beliefs are stored. So when we have like self-limiting beliefs like, oh, I wouldn't be able to do that because this or that, the other thing, it limits our ability to have imagination of breaking out of those patterns of limitation. So if we can enable ourselves to break down those self-limiting beliefs, it can change our reticular formation to enable our imagination to see more possibilities for success of things we wouldn't be able to imagine before. And so we'll be able to see more routes that we could take towards breaking through and then transcending those previous limitations we used to have. And all of a sudden, it'll be so much more easier to kind of effortlessly just step into empowerment and stuff. So that can be something that can be really helpful for people. Other people have, like the opposite of that, where they kind of they want themselves to be able to go a lot further than they should be trying to go, whereas other people could go a lot further than they're letting themselves get to, and are limiting themselves by not allowing themselves to imagine a path to success and what they really wish to do, but feel like they may not be able to achieve.
Well, brothers, you guys dropped the hammer on that beautifully. And big love and big blessings to you both. I'll just end off by saying, somebody asked roundtables future. Yes, the roundtables happen every Saturday the same time. It is unaffected by daylight saving time hours. It is the same time every day. I mean, every Saturday, which is GMT. If we're going to get this right, it is GMT 5 p.m.
4 p.m. GMT.
That's because
Oh, okay, right.
sorry. Hold on.
Today,
Sorry, you're right. It starts
yeah.
at GMT 4 p.m. and in summer it's GMT 5 p.m. Yeah. You would know better than me because I'm not in GMT. I'm in like GMT +2. But anyway, so it's always GMT 4, and in summer the UK isn't GMT. In summer the UK is GMT +1. So it's always GMT 4 p.m. every Sunday. We're almost at 3 years, and I don't think we've ever missed a Sunday. That's pretty damn impressive, I think.
Saturday.
Did
Yeah.
I say Sunday? Oh my gosh, here we go. It's getting late, brothers and sisters. Saturday. I humbly apologize for confusing Sunday with Saturday. I'll try not to let it happen again. I wake up tomorrow and go, hey, it's Tuesday. No, and I haven't even been smoking anything, but I have been tripping out hard on sushi. Vegan sushi that is so yummy. I'm still fantasizing about it. My girlfriend rolls some mean sushi, man. Mean sushi. Ooh, yummy. So yeah, I think I'm going to start. I'm going to get a new hobby: rolling vegan sushi. It's such a nice way to eat raw food. To put your raw food in with a bit of seaweed and like a bit of rice. It's a perfect way to eat if you think about it. I see what the Japanese were on about. I haven't been eating sushi in a while. I think it's time to get back into it, but make my own. So yeah, we will be doing the round table as per usual, and it seems to be the never-ending story. So yeah, we will see you guys next week. Take it easy, keep it sweet. Oh, there's something I wanted to say. This rune, very, very, very interesting. I can only say this, and I can say it. I can say it well. I think I can say it quite well. Just let me see if I can move this over. I'm going to move this tab. I'm going to move this tab to over there. Nope, tab didn't want to go. Got to hold up this button down. And no, we don't want to lose a tab. So can we move it there? There. Right. Sorry for that, the finger gymnastics. So what do we see when we look at these two things? I couldn't help it. I had to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, he has to do it. Had to do it again. He couldn't help himself. Do forgive me. I am obsessed with this sign. I can't get enough of it. So let's get some focus onto what we're looking at here. So we're looking at like the side of a cube, aren't we? Right? And I'm wondering whether the geometry on this particular one, because it's just a random one I've grabbed on the internet, drawn by some random person, but I'm guessing that this geometry should be relating to the cube. I'm guessing there should be a 90-degree angle between this and this. And I'm guessing that traditionally it would maybe have had a slightly longer top. This seems like it's got a very short top. 1, 2. When I remember seeing this when I was younger, I always thought that it seemed to, this central bar seemed to be 3, seemed to be coming to about here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. I always measured it as being 1/3 down with a right angle dissecting it. That's how I used to draw it when I was, back in the days before I had a beard, when I was young and I was in school. And so yeah, that's very interesting. Now, well, what's also interesting about this rune is the sound of it. In the Proto-Germanic runic, this was pronounced as a Z. Z. But in the older Norse runic, the same rune was pronounced as an R. So that means there's got to be a relationship between the letter R and Z. Now, if we step out into the Paleo Hebrew and step into the Hebrew, because it seems to have retained a lot of its Phoenician qualities, which comes from ancient Egypt, we see that the letter R is the front of the head, right? Which represents, in a sense, the logos, logic, the sun. The letter Z is the sword, which represents, the powers of Mercury and the powers of the sun. Now, Mercury and the sun are always together. Isn't that interesting? And there's this powerful relationship between Mercury and the sun. Obviously, like wherever the sun goes, Mercury goes, right? Like, because they're fundamentally tied to each other, almost like at the hip. Excuse the cheeky little insinuation. But so there's just something to think about for people that are going to be fueling their contemplation, that the phonetics, the R and the Z represents Mercury, the sun, the front of the head, and the sword. The sword is about discrimination. The front of the head is about the logos, is about logic. Discrimination emerges from logic. The sword emerges from the front of the head. And the sword is a weapon used to defend yourself and your family. Now, this rune is used for psychic self-defense or protection. That's what swords were created for. People didn't create swords because, oh, well, let's make a sword. No, like there are bad people out there. We're going to protect our families. We're going to protect, and then people made swords. Even the bad people made swords to protect their families. Oh gosh, my family's going to starve. I better make a sword and go and take food from there and give it to my family, right? Whichever way you look at it, it's protection. So there's something to consider. The sword, symbol of protection. The rune, symbol of protection. The sword comes from Mercury and it always follows the sun. It's with the sun. The sun is the common denominator of the logos, the logic that is expressing the enlightenment of the mind, to use a broad term. And by enlightenment, I mean the rational energy, which is the electron or the atom coming into being, right? Through the polarizing effects of the sun. So we're talking about the principle of polarity. So what does a sword do? It divides things. Like, well, look, there's one human being, one solid piece. I have a sword. Now there are two pieces of human beings, separate, and a little bit of spillage, right? So a sword divides things into twos. That's what a sword does. So, there's that interesting concept. It's an instrument of polarity. It's a polarizing instrument. The polarizing instrument is used for protection, which is the meaning of the rune. And then again, we've got to also look at how it relates to the cube and how it carries, in my opinion, when it's drawn to mathematic specs that please my eye. And I'm pretty sure that this is just some random person's choice of how to draw it. I'm sure that if you look in old sources, that would have been drawn differently by different people at different points. But I think it symbolizes, to me, the logic is of the Saturn's cube, because the cube is also a symbol of protection. So there's that, right? We build our houses as cubes, a room as a cube, because we are safe within the walls of our cube. People can't get into to us. So it's another form of protection. And a cube is also a place where you make a cube of bricks and stuff. You can put your food in there and you can put a rock in front of it and nothing can get into your food. So there's that as well. So there's quite a few little symbolic tidbits to jump on for those interested in symbolism. And that's me. Flat, my
I'll-
story is
I'll-
8.
I'm just going
Yeah,
to say
brother.
really quickly in Hebrew gematria, it equals it equals 6 or 15 alges, and also you said it was pronounced like z. In on the
Germanic.
Saturn. What's that?
In the Germanic rune system, it's pronounced as a Z. In the
Yeah. Right.
older version, it's a R.
Yeah, so on the Saturn square, I can see 2 Zs, which was interesting. It's a little link, a link to the number, a link to the symbol. So yeah, just thought I'd point that out.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I never really considered how closely related the Z and the R are, but I'm going to spend some time considering this. It's very interesting when you look at that notion. So yeah, sending you all big love, big blessings. It's been an honor. General Shinobi, Indie Sage, Cosmic Prankster. It's been an honor with all of you lovely people in the chat. You guys have been, I sometimes zone out when I'm reading the chat and I forget I'm in a live. I go, whoops, hold on. I could get lost in the chat. It's an honor being here with you guys, sharing space, sharing energy. Thank you guys. And so much love, peace, honor, and respect. Om Shanti 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 Dham. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Mahadev Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Tat Sat. Have an absolutely lovely day, everybody. Evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. Om Shanti.
Blessed be.